Testing, 1, 2, 3. With the chat, there we are.
There we go. Afternoon, everybody. Sorry about the little issues we've had. We had to change the cable, so we are now live in Leeds. Welcome, one and all. Jay Harwood is in the building yet again. You've been here all week.
Yeah, well,
you've done your things.
Yeah, been playing a bit.
You've won.
Yeah, we've had a winning week, so it's been nice. Yeah, it's been a good week. Good.
Paid for the week.
Yeah. So it's always nice. Looking forward to the main event now and seeing all the action. But yeah, really good week.
How was the 30-30?
Well, I had 3 bullets in it. Ended up busting quite late on the last day one, so I bought in for day 2.
Yeah.
Lasted 2 hands. Got it in King Queen versus 7s against Cully Sadu. King on the flop, 7 on the turn.
Ouch.
So one of them.
Yeah.
But he went on to have a good run. Good to see that. And then we played the mini, 1 bullet this time. Had a deepish run. 18th, I think it was. Yeah, 18th for £840. So yeah, all right. Good week.
Who won the mini?
Jamie Nixon.
Jamie
Nixon. There you go.
He's got a live trophy. Well done, Jamie. We are live now, waiting for the action to start on the tables, as you can see, with the clock in that corner. It says 23 minutes. We had issues with cables, but the cable's been fixed. The sound is now sorted. Everybody's coming into the chat. Good afternoon, everybody. Fly, crash, repeat, repeat, repair, repeat. Hello, everybody. We're transmitting. Mickey's Brilliant says, do you know you're transmitting live pictures to YouTube? Not, yeah, we were.
We were.
We were.
Yeah,
You couldn't, without graphics. We know that, Mickey. It should now be, if you refresh it, you should now be the clock and the countdown clock on there. We had to test everything live. Obviously, the graphics were hidden, so nobody could see anything. We were testing all the cameras, testing all the sound. Cable got changed, and now Mickey Spillane says we still are. But we'll sort it out. PK's on the case right now. Thanks, Mickey. Yes, good day, Loz. We're back. We ain't having problems any more than you do, let me tell you. We don't like it. It's just one of those things. But Mickey Spillane's watching it, he says. So yes, if you can hear us and you can see the graphics, then we'll sort that out. But any questions for the next 20 minutes? Fire away. This guy's cashed twice already this week. He's having a great.
Just the once.
Yes.
Yeah. Played rate of cash this week, which was fun. Got a PLO going they did in the.
I know you said it was quite juicy as
it
well.
was quite a good game. Yeah, it was, started off 2-2-5, and then everyone was struggling, so it turned into 2-2-5-10.
2-2-5-10.
Yeah, 6 card, bit of madness occurring. But it was fun. It was fun. Ewan was playing in the game as well, so it was a good laugh. It was very enjoyable.
Amazing. 2-2-5-10. Just at PLO. I'll tell you, everybody's desperate to play poker. You know what it's like. Yeah. You know exactly what it is. So, please. Audio still has a bit of an
echo.
That could be down a couple of hours. The guys are going to check it for the first half an hour while we're on. So, they are going to check it for as long as they need to, just to make sure everything's right. Don't know what the problem was. The cable came out. They sorted it out. They've been on it for about 2.5 hours, to be fair. Yeah, the lads have worked wonders, and yet again, we will be live as the countdown clock is on 20. I've just checked YouTube. There's no live pictures, so Mickey Splane's now watching a repeat of what happened in the earlier session, because I now clicked on live and we're all right. So, well done, Jamie Nixon, on winning the mini main. You're not wrong. It's a great effort. He's been after that trophy for a while, hasn't he?
I think
he's wanted the trophy. He's been desperate. Obviously, we know he streams a lot. We've done quite a few streams with him as well. So it is good that he's got himself that cash.
Do you want to take that one, Tower? Bit of reading there.
Good afternoon, gents. We'll be popping in to see tomorrow, hopefully with a ticket for the main after grinding some satellites today. Yes, fingers crossed, satellites running all the way through. Tom from online will be sending all the details over what is going on regarding satellites. But if you are in the last chance saloon, then good luck, and hopefully things change today. Looking forward to the stream, and hope you both yell. We're fine. Yeah, this guy's still playing poker, still winning chunks, and I'm still talking rubbish. So yeah, we're all good. We're all in the place where we should be.
Yeah.
So yes. Danius Barrios says the sound is bad. We'll check Facebook for you. We'll get on Facebook. We don't know why the sound is bad, but we have had sound issues, which is why we've not got the live pictures coming from Leeds at this moment in time. Good luck, Jack. Reap playing today, says Chris, who's watching on Facebook. So we'll don't forget, pause that one. Watch the Facebook one. Pause the sound on that one. And we will check them all. We'll check all. You can watch on YouTube, you can watch on Twitter, you can watch on Twitch, you can watch on Facebook, GUKPT.com as well, which is the old back to the live days of the GUKPT, which we always do tend to check. So if you want to check in there, then please fire away in there. It's on there right now. The chat box is there. Everybody who's involved on the GUKPT platform is there as well. But the numbers, tell you what, it's been a cracking start to the year.
Yeah, it has. It's been great. It's numbers really incredible.
And we know the further north we get, the numbers won't be like London and Coventry. Manchester was mad because it was the first one back up north. It was the first one that everybody came out to play, and the numbers were absolutely mental. Leeds got used to it now, people. But saying that, we're still seeing Kev Allen.
Yeah.
We're still seeing James. James will come up from Swindon. You know, these just players wanting to play poker, hitting the deck. Albert Sapiano, first in, first out.
First hand it was as well, Tal. First hand of the
He
day.
came across and he said, I've got ace queen. He's only got ace six, but he's hit a flush and I've got top pair. How do I lose?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm guessing the money didn't go in pre-flop.
Albert Sapiano, second bullet, flops two pair. His nemesis flops a set. See you later.
Who's his nemesis?
Don't know who he is. Everybody at the table, I think. So yes, Albert is now on bullet number 3.
Yeah.
That is live, so he is on there. He is back live, but he's playing. Good luck to him. Good luck to Albert. Get himself a stack. Make sure everything's good, and get yourself some chips, Mr. Albert Sapiano. It would really be good if he does. Good luck to Jack Reap. Go on, Elliot Moraes. Did Elliot have a? Where did Elliot? I'm sure I saw his name on the.
Yeah, I think he
on the final table.
The 30-30. I think he final tabled the 30-30.
Ricky Kebab says the sound is spot on. These guys in the background, let me tell you, amaze balls. We have to bring his own tea though. I had to show Jay where the tea room was for future reference.
Yeah, that was it.
Because we don't really want to keep shouting the valleys over, every now and again we'll just nip out for a couple as you do. I had to show him the ropes on where the tea bags were, where the hot water was, where the milk was. You know what I mean? So every time we need a cuppa. Cheers, everybody. Mum's involved as well. Afternoon, Gail.
Afternoon, Mum.
Is she still washing your smalls? Yeah. Have you seen your mum? You've been around a bit.
Yeah, I've not been seeing her much for the last couple of months. She's probably seen my face probably less than 5 days, I'd say, in the last. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, it's
every day is a blessing.
I've been pretty busy, but she knows that.
So you carry on chatting. We're going back live in 15 minutes as the clock is counting down. Elliot Moraes is 5-4 winner with Paddy Power. I tell you what, on Sunday when we do mark up the players, we normally get a book from Grosvenor Sport regarding day 3 players. I wonder how many players. We didn't get the official figures this time on how many people backed the winner. So we'll have to try and find out
it was Steve Jelinek, wasn't it?
It was 25-1. He was Steve Jelinek. Great to speak to him at the end. Really, really good to speak to Steve. And I know he says to me in the interview, how old do you think I am? But when you think Steve Jelinek's been at it since the GUKPT started in 2007, a lot of people nowadays don't know who Steve is. But he's a bracelet winner. He's now got a GUKPT for the first time. He's been runner-up and he's been on so many final tables, but he's now got that trophy. And it was great to speak to him because Steve's such a nice fella. Very quiet at the tables, likes his sport, and he's just great to interview him as a winner. It was great for me because we've seen Steve for years, and he's just come back playing live poker a lot more than previous years. Last 3 or 4 years probably slowed down a little bit, but it was great to see him. Pretty local to Coventry as well, so we'll probably see him down there rather than. You never know. He could be flying up to Leeds.
Funny story actually. The week after, I went down to Birmingham for the 30-30, and Steve's on my table. Where Steve yelling at, we're chatting, we're having a laugh like that, and I thought to myself, I go, "Where's your iPad? You're not watching cricket, or is that only for big final tables?" Because he was sat on the final table watching the cricket,
watching the 5-day cricket match.
And then this 30-30, third day one, we were having a chat. It was a laugh. Good time at the table, good bit of banter. I think me and him had a competition who could have the most bullets as well, because we were both up and down to the cash desk, back and forth, just couldn't get anything going.
Kane's fan is in the US. Whereabouts in the United States? We'd like to know exactly where you are. Ask him where is Leeds. Leeds is in Yorkshire, in England. It's in Middle England. It is bang in the middle of the country. It's the first motorway in the United Kingdom was the M1, London to Leeds, in the late 50s, early 60s. And Leeds is bang in the middle of Yorkshire. It's in West Yorkshire, bang in the middle of the country. Leeds United is the football club, and they're in the Premier League. And they are doing all right. A couple of seasons in the Premier League.
Yeah.
Leeds, lots of Leeds fans around the country. Very well supported club around the world. They were massive in the 70s, Leeds. North Carolina. Is that Panthers? Is that the Carolina Panthers? It has to be.
I'm not
It
an
has
NFL.
it has to be. It has to be the Carolina Panthers. The best defence in football at this moment in time. The Panthers. Oh, here he is. Good afternoon, Mr. Cook Brad.
Yeah, Cook Brad.
He's not cooked for none of that chef business until we've tasted your wares. But hope you're well, Brad. We are just about to start.
Yeah,
Pete Robbo's back in the building.
Yeah, got just over 10 minutes. When that clock hits 0, we'll have some live action.
I wonder if Pete's been streaming this morning. He only streams small games as Pete Robbo on Twitch. Is he live now? Are you on Twitch? Is Pete not live on...
I don't think he is.
Just type in Pete Robbo, see if you can find him. See if he's live streaming while he's watching the GUKPT. Afternoon, Pete. Hope it's going well. Hope it is going well. He's not streaming at the moment. He's watching because he's watching the GUKPT. So yes, we are really, really good. Not streaming today, as you said. So good luck. I'm watching. When you sent us on followers last time, or was it raiding or something? Where it was
Yeah, raided. Yeah.
I tuned in the day after to check you out. So we had a watch for an hour while I was gathering my thoughts early morning. Hope it's going well, Pete, and I hope the streaming carries on being a success for you. Katie is in the building. Not coming to Leeds.
Why not?
Katie Swift, not coming to Leeds. I can't believe it. But she's already said she's driving up to Edinburgh for the next leg, which is next week.
Yeah.
Yes.
Week today. We're going to be in Edinburgh.
Next week. Edinburgh next week. Fantastic. So yes, we'll see you there. And congratulations to Jack. Nobody's ever met Jack. But in the poker world, Jack is Katie's son, who's like the best golfer in the world. He's playing off plus 4, plus 2, plus 4, something like that. He's now been picked, I think, for England, or he's in one of the he's in one of the teams. She'll have to tell us exactly what it is, but I think he's got some England status coming up very shortly. And he's 13 and he plays off plus 4.
I'd love to go around with him, just see him play like that age. And
bacon sandwiches for the team. Oh, can we eat it live on the street? Yes, please. butter and brown sauce. Thank you very much. Lovely. There you go, Yitzy. You sit here like this and you just get bacon sandwiches on the way. Very nice indeed. Pete Robbo going to Vegas in a few weeks via Canada. I do believe. See, the worst thing that they announced 2 days ago was that Vegas was opening to British travellers from early November.
Yeah.
Why didn't they give us a date?
I don't know.
Why?
I don't know.
What's early November? Is it the 1st? Is it the 10th? Is it the 20th? What's early November? Give us a date, man. So just give us a date, be a bit precise, tell us when we can go, and then get off.
Quite a few people are doing that, going Canada and then off to Vegas after.
Well, it's perfect.
It's
Perfect. And I know a lot of people are going to Mexico to do it. If you go to Turkey, you have to fly from Turkey then to Los Angeles, because that's the only flight that goes from Turkey. So there's plenty of way of doing it. But if you're going to say we're opening up in early November, just tell us what date. Don't be farting about what date it might be. It's early November, to me, is the 1st. 1st is pretty early.
Yeah, sounds about right.
We need to know when it is. But good luck when you're playing the main event. Pete Robbo is going to be playing the main event. A lot of people will be playing the main from America. I know. I did see that the Bellagio, is it the Bellagio? $45 resort fee per night. on top of your holiday.
Yeah.
So if you stay for 10 days, that's an extra $450 in resort fee. Just get rid of the resort fee, and people will flock to America. Just grabbing tax after tax after tax after tax. Why? Quiz question. Who won the last GUKPT Leeds?
Bear with me.
Oh, here we go. Here comes the photographic memory. The countdown clock is on.
Was it Adam Owen? Was it Adam Owen? Adam Owen? I think Adam Owen was 2018. Who was 2019? I'm trying to think. David G.
Nope. The runner-up was Rich Kellett.
Who's Kellett heads up against? I can't even remember. He's got me on this one. Don't tell me. Give me a couple of minutes. I've got 7 minutes to figure it out.
Won't last that long. Chatbox will get it before you. I bet Chatbox gets it before you.
I remember Kellett being. I can't remember who his heads up against.
Kate says his +2 has been selected for the England under-18 regional squad. I'm not being funny. At 13. I hope this lad continues. I really do, because if he keeps his focus on golf and he gets the strength to build up, because obviously now his body's going to mature, he's going into puberty, he gets it also, his muscles are going to start, he's going to get more strength. This guy can be an absolute phenomenal golfer and be on TV, because all the stats are just saying, my word, this is going to be one class guy. So good old Jack. We'll have to meet him one day. We'll say we've followed you on Instagram for the last 5 years. we need to. Afternoon, Renee and Renata. He won't have a clue at all who that is. Not Kev. He's got no idea. I know exactly what you were. Christmas #1, 1982. Just thought I'd let you know that. Save your love, my darling. Save your love. That was the song. Christmas #1. YouTube it. In fact, YouTube it right now. Christmas #1, 1982. Renee and Renato. And then you will know who he's on about, what we look like. There you go. What do you think to that one?
I wasn't expecting that, put it that way.
You want to listen to it? He's singing. Look, that's what they look like. There you go. It looked not like us, but he thinks that the best duo since Morecambe and Wise. Somebody said. He went, no, Renee and Renato. Christmas #1, 1982. Absolutely unbelievable. We get all sorts. But no, yes, the best thing since Morecambe and Wise. Cannon and ball, you know. But we're just about ready. The clock is counting down. 5 minutes to go. You still not got who won Leeds. Where you going? You're going to cheat, aren't you? It was Brett Angel. Great cup of tea. Lovely cup of tea. In 5 minutes' time, you won't have to see us eating and drinking on stream, so we'll be off. But we are just about to get ready. The lads have been working tirelessly to get the comms fixed. They've been listening to it. It all seems perfect. The sound seems perfect. And if there is any issues, please don't hesitate to put it in the chat box, because that's the only way we know how things are not 100%. So if you type in there and it gets confirmed, then we know there's an issue. But we are counting down the start of Leeds GUKPT. Leeds 2 years ago, in 2019, in September, 382 runners in the last event. I think he's going to smash it this time, yet again. I think the numbers have been amazing.
Joe, I give up, Tower. I give up.
You give up?
Yeah, I can't think who it was. I know Adam Owen won it 1 year.
Year before.
Year before.
The old eyeball thing. When his photo did that. I even can't do that. I don't even know how you do it. Brett Angel.
Oh, Joe, I would never have got that, Tower. I would never have got that.
Brett Angel. 2019, 382 runners. Brett beating Rich Keller. Dan Jackson was first. Ricky's in the building.
Jamie Nixon was on that final table.
Jamie Nixon finished 8th. So there you go. That was the last time we were in Leeds. Leeds. Cheers, Dino. Dino Deans. Chiesa, buongiorno, young man, buongiorno. How's Fiorentina? How's Florence? Hope it's well. We are definitely coming for pizza in 2022. This guy is treating this guy to a pizza at your house.
Hopefully. Yeah, get a GUKPT in Italy somehow.
Is your plan next year? See, it was your fault the world shut down.
Yep.
Entirely your fault.
Yeah, I know.
Because you announced that you were going to play the World Series, main event, for the first time ever. The world thought, not having that, Jay's not coming. Shut the world down for 18 months.
Yeah.
Is the plan to play next year?
It probably will be, dependent on, obviously November this year I can't go because we've got a couple of work stints, but next year having a look at the schedule.
Well, it should be back to summer, shouldn't it?
Yeah, if it's back in summer.
It will be. Vegas will want every penny off everybody in the world.
Yeah.
There's no doubt at all it'll be June, July again next year. It has to be, because that's just when it will be. Because Vegas would have 2 events every year if they could. So, cheers. So your plan is to look at things, find out, and then the service round is amazing. Thank you very much. So
I'm sure I might be able to get a little Luton off or something like that if I want to go for a month or something next year. And
Luton.
Yeah, we usually have the Luton midi, like the £500 of Luton, don't we, in June?
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, we had 2 events in Luton last year, didn't we? In 2019.
There was
two events in Luton, 3 in London. That's a good shout, actually. Yes. Yeah, we'll audition while we're watching you in Vegas. We'll have live stream on live stream.
That would be good. It would be good.
Florence has been really good. Although being away to Portugal for the last couple of weeks, I tell you what, Casey, you do get around.
He does.
You were watching the live stream in Cyprus, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Watching the live stream in Cyprus, you've been to Portugal. Oh, I tell you what. Any side events confirmed with the GUKPT Edinburgh? No. It is literally next week, and there's a bounty. I have been informed straight away. Is it on the Saturday? Paul, is that the Saturday? There's a bounty event on the Saturday night. Just confirmed, as you asked that question, I thought there wasn't. Yes, it is on its way, Edinburgh, straight away. We're literally going from Leeds straight to Edinburgh, and that's exactly what we are doing. So it's just the way it fell because of the Coventry reassignment to Edinburgh being cancelled, now being put back on the map. And we literally are going from Leeds straight up to Edinburgh. But yes, there's a side event, and if there's any more information from Tom and anybody else, we'll give it to you. Shall we go to that table?
Shall we see?
You know that table there? Yes, get us off. Get us off. We're going to have bacon butty soon. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for tuning in, and thanks for listening to us warbling on while the clock struck 0. But the clock has now indeed struck 0, and we now have a full feature table. One thing we don't have is the players' names.
Yeah, that is true.
We'll get that off Dave or PK. Ready shortly. Kaiser was in the Greek islands and not Cyprus. Do apologise, but good for you to be getting around. Good for you to enjoy life. Now we can start to travel about a bit. And if you are going to Vegas in the next few weeks, then good luck and keep us informed. Just tune in. We've got Leeds for the next 4 days. Next week we're in Edinburgh. In a month's time it'll be Luton. So Luton will be, in fact, it's 3 weeks' time for Luton. There's plenty going on. There's Blackpool for the rest of the year, and also the grand final as well. So there's plenty going on. Plenty going on. But we are live as it happens in Leeds. Good to be back in this fantastic city. Who we got, Jay?
Well, in one, it's James Williams. In 2's Gary Bennett. In 4, David Greenout. In 5, Ravan Abdubakai. In 6 is Twan Win. And in 7 is Elliot Moraes. That's Gary Stephen Smith I can see in 8. And seat 9, I'm actually unaware of who that is. I must have joined the table a bit later on in the session. Wasn't an original seat.
In 9 or 7?
9.
9, that's Wendy.
Wendy,
We don't know her surname, but we'll find it out for you.
She was deep in the mini. She was.
She?
3 tables left here. She was on my
Ah,
table.
right.
It was Jamie Nixon.
Maybe we can find
Busted,
out the surname so we can give her a full title. Is that Twan Lee? No, Twan Win. And there's been a couple of changes since the start because Martin Frey was on the first feature. James Williams has not sat down in seat number 1. Wonder why they're in the chip count then if they're not sat down. That shouldn't be on, should it?
There we are.
Wendy Watson.
Wendy Watson. Oh, that was so weird. Just
Thanks, Swifty. Swifty, you got there just before Jay. Wendy
I
Watson.
was looking on the mini.
Who cashed in the mini? Was it a big? Was it?
Yeah.
How many people got paid?
47 cash. Chris Maguire was 47.
He managed to come away from his trip in Portugal
Yeah.
and the White Lion.
Some names in there. Lee French cash. Hendrik Getry cashed. Danny Petros, Bousfield cashed as well. Matt Bushell, Ben Marageds.
Form game, you know this.
Yeah.
Jay Harwood. Don Mahoney cashed as well. Awesome. Very nice indeed.
Jamie Nixon.
I did see it finish quite late though, didn't it? Like a 6 a.m. finish.
Yeah.
6 a.m. finish. Because we were talking about this in Coventry, weren't we? Whether they should stop and have a day 3 for these minis and 30-30s that are just flying out the door at the minute. Would it be feasible to have a day 3? Maybe stop at the final and then say,
Come back
Can you?
tomorrow, yeah.
But obviously, it's going to need proper advertising and make it a 3. Is it something that players will not do? Not commit for 3 days, not be able to. You might not be able to commit for 3 full days.
Then if you run deep in it anyway and you got to work the next day and you finish at 7 in the morning, you probably lose
With
that
27
day
grand,
anyway.
with 20 grand in your pocket, I don't think it's.
You're not going to go in anyway.
I'm not coming in today. I've just not had any sleep. Why is that? Well, I've just won 20.
So Twan here, rivering the best of it. It was straight, not going to get any action from
Albert's
either
back
player here.
in the background.
Yeah, I can see his Jack Hardcastle sat next to him. I was just having a little walk around there and.
Have you spoke to Jack Hardcastle?
No, I haven't, not yet since he's been here. I think this is the first time he's been here this week. He hasn't.
Can
played
you have a
in
quiet word in the break?
Yeah.
About the eye roll clip.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And ask him what it feels like. Has he become some kind of celebrity since the eye roll? If you didn't see it,
it's on the Grosvenor Facebook page.
it was clipped out by the team. It was in Coventry. It was the main event, and he was being owned at the table. It was so funny. It was so funny. Have a quiet word for me, will you?
Yeah.
Just to see if he's become famous regarding the eye roll. So good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Leeds GUKPT main event, £750 buy-in. Hope everybody is good.
Ace 5-3. Bit of action here, everyone catching a piece. Top pair for both Twan and David. Elliot with just middle pair here. Elliot player that chose to come in for a lead. 2 of clubs on the turn. That brings David a still will draw to go with his top 2. Elliot picks up a gut shot, and Twan picks up the same gut shot with his top pair. And interesting to see Twan come out firing here. One of them situations is going to be quite difficult to ever get called by worse on this particular board texture. Obviously we can charge some of the draws, potentially a hand that we can be checking, but next to bet, and David obviously not going anywhere with his particular holding, and back doors into the nuts.
Sweet. Just got better and better.
Yeah, and Twan has a clear check here now, Tower. It's just
4 of clubs would have been interesting.
It would have, yeah. Would have been very interesting. Would have seen some chips flying on the river, I'm sure, on that card, but now David looks like a big bet. 2.6k. Not as big as initially first thought. 2.6 into 7.2. And in with Twan here, we've just got a bluff catcher on the river. Very hard for us to put any more money in this pot. There's a quick fold.
Good fold.
A nice pick up for David there.
Luke Bolton says, watch the previous streams, always class fellas. Thank you very much, Luke. And John Miller must be on a slight delay because he just answered that Leeds is in Yorkshire. So I'm guessing he's watching. I'm guessing he's watching what we were talking about while the stream was off. Yes, Leeds is in Yorkshire. It's in West Yorkshire. No, we don't. The blog has been defunct. We do social media. John Miller's now back live with us. The blog takes back stage now because we do the social media, we do Facebook, we do Twitch, and literally watching a GUKPT. Aye, unbelievable! Just look at this.
So this one is with sausage, and I have one with bacon.
Well,
Lovely, thank you.
thank you very
So
much.
brown sugar, yeah, this is one that. We'll bring 2 more bacon, right?
Thank you very much. Just check if there's any butter on that one. See, we've been fed and watered like kings over here. It's amazing.
Yeah, there's butter on
That's mine then. Amazing. So I'm going to take 5 minutes. I've only been on here 2.
I'll keep
This is the kind of shift I want. Work 2 minutes, have 5 minutes off.
Lots of food.
With lots of food. So yes, any information is going to come through the live stream now and not the blog and Facebook and stuff like that. But Jay is still on fort and still in hold, and we'll be swapping around in 5 minutes.
So we have just joined in. This is level 1 of GUKPT Leeds. 670 plus 80, 750 buy-in. Expect to see a big turnout this weekend. Late reg available all the way up until day 2 on Saturday. We've got all coverage of the action all the way through until we crown a winner on Sunday. As Tower mentioned, reigning champion Brett Angel. Not sure if we'll see him or not this weekend. As Twan comes in for the hero on the river with just second pair. Did have the ace of clubs in his hand. May have been a factor of why he made the call in that particular spot. Afternoon span in the chat box. Assuming you're playing today at some point. If not, tomorrow at least. Kevin pocket jacks. makes it 400 to go. Davey with a 7's not going anywhere. Gary with a king jack suited. Perfectly fine to free bet this hand. Come in for the squeeze out the small blind with it. But in this particular scenario, Kevin's not going to be going anywhere with the jacks, and that's going to bring David along with position as well. Closing the action, we've got three-way to the flop here. 40 bigs in the middle. Ace, 9, deuce, 2 spades. And I'm surprised Gary didn't come in for a small bet there on the flop on this ace high board. Might have got the job done. But going to choose to come in for a delay continue now once it checks through. Feels fairly comfortable that neither of his opponents have an ace in this spot, so going to try and potentially get them to fold a worse hand, but going this size, 600 into 4k, just under 8 to 1 on their money for both opponents. Not going to be folding. It means we go three ways at river, and this should just always check through. There's no merit for any player really to bet here other than Gary, who wants to bluff at it. But Kevin going to take that one with the jacks. Yeah, good luck, man. Just buying in now. I don't expect to see too many big pots this point of the day. They're the sort of the feeler levels of your table. Try and start profiling your opponents. Try and get an understanding how they're playing their hands, what their strategy is, and just taking all these things in to help you out throughout the day. Oh, 200 big blinds deep. Gary Queen Jack suited on the button, easy open for him. Wendy's in with the King 10 and heads up. And Wendy smashes the flop. King, King 2, 2 clubs. And like Gary's decision here to continue, especially with this particular hand on the King, King deuce board, King, Queen and King Jack, which are plausible hands out of the small blind, become less likely because of our hold-in. So I like his decision to continue here with just Queen height. Didn't need to choose a big size, but Wendy now comes in for a lead. I actually really like this from Wendy. It's a turn a lot of the time. Gary is always going to check back. So Wendy just takes that decision away from him and comes in for the lead, gets the betting lead herself. Mean we can go bet turn, bet river, rather than checking it over to Gary on the turn, who's more likely to check this particular turn card back. So if she did actually think about that in that way, that's really good from her. And nice little pick up, smashed the flop, but got a bit of value on the turn with her lead. Good afternoon, Tristiano in the chat. Yeah, Chiesa, it is a big weekend. Ryder Cup from tomorrow. North London Derby on Sunday as well. Should probably mention that one.
Two average teams playing football.
Yeah, you're about right.
Two average teams playing football. Afternoon, Shane. Hope all is good. Yeah, the numbers for the sides have been obviously because of the success of London and Coventry. People were expecting another 700, 800 runners for the main, but 11 players short of 500 is massive in Leeds. Massive. The further north we go, the less people from a lot further down south travel up. Nice to see Kev Allen and James Williams travelling up. Albert's obviously playing as well, so there will be plenty of people still travelling around. The leaderboard, obviously, the National Poker League makes a lot of difference as well, with the 5 seats or 5 packages up for grabs at this moment in time. We'll keep his eye on the National Poker League with Ewan McNicholas still in charge, and he's playing today actually, Ewan.
Yeah. So.
Oh, bit of a story.
Okay. I like stories.
I was speaking to Chris Maguire yesterday,
Yeah.
and obviously the White Lion,
Yeah.
regarding Chris as a pot washer and all that, and we're getting used to where Wrightington is in near Wigan, and all the guys start watching it on the live stream. Only Ewan McNicholas turned up for the £5 game on the Thursday night for the league points. A GUKPT £167,000 winner gets himself playing the game. Absolutely amazing. Go back
Wow!
to the game.
This is curtains for David.
Unlucky David.
Wow! We got nut boat versus second nut boat this early in the day, and there's already 7.7 in the middle. So this is just good night for David. Wow, man.
Yeah. Kev just looks down. Check I've got the nuts. Yes, you have.
Can David ever get away from this? He's chosen a really small size on the river. I actually like the size that he's opted for here because it looks the way Kevin's played this hand, like he has a queen. It looks a lot like he's just got a Queen X type holding, so he's opted for a size to try and get paid by that. But once he gets raised here, obviously Ace Queen a worry, but Kevin.
How big do you go?
I'd probably go pretty big. Just hope my opponent somehow has snagged an ace, but Kevin's actually opted to go small here, and David looks uncomfortable here with the second nuts. Just looking at him, and he may.
If he just finds a call here, this will be absolutely impressive.
The thing is, Tao, if we rip here, as I always say, a free bet on the river is just never a bluff. People don't do it, and it's always just usually.
Have you got ace queen?
Yeah, it's just there we go. He's not folding. He's going to chat. He's going to chat to him. It'll flick it in because the problem is as well. He can have queens here. There's 3 combos of queens. He can have sevens. Yeah, ace 3 suited. He can have ace 7 as well. So yeah, you just can't do much else there as David, and. It's
that
actually
is fantastic call.
It's a great
that's
call.
actually the best call he's ever made.
Yeah, it's a really good call, and it's actually madness.
Yeah.
Because if he opts for a bigger size on that river, then he's going to have to call off. If he goes near a pot, he's just going to get moved in, and he's going to have to call off. So him opting for that small size, trying to get called by Queen X, has kept this tournament alive, and he's still got 100 big blinds. But
amazing, you know, like you said, people just rip it. They see it, and they just see that I've got a full house. I've got full house. I'm not folding, and I'm all in.
It's just a thinking player. That's it, Taz. You just got to think about these spots. You've got to rather than just thinking about your hand, you have got to think about your opponent's hand and so many other factors. And for that reason, that's why he's just flatted there. Because if he rips there. With the A7, what we trying to get called by? We might even get queens to fold, a worse boat or whatnot. So
it's a fabulous call. Like I say, I was not gone broke, but that was a nice hand, and not to go broke with the second nuts there. Like I say, so early in the day as well. Yeah, so we're just talking about Ewan McNicholas's. They turned up at the White Lion together, and apparently with a little bit of celebrity status going on for Ewan as he just won the GUKPT London Series. He was having a good time, and he said they had a great night. So well done to the White Lion in Wrightington for making all these players welcome into the little pub games. Arsenal Tottenham being a big game. Yeah, there's a lot of football obviously going on for you guys over the weekend. Leeds United have been playing, I'm sure. Here's, I don't know if Jay's covered this, but have any dates been announced for next year? I'm going to try and make sure you won't be anywhere else so we can come for one. Nothing's been announced date-wise. Hey, Ross Gaff's in the building. How are you? Nice to see you. All right, buddy. We'll see you around the tables very soon.
Yeah, next year.
Good lad. Bye. Yeah, all good. Good to see you. Keep trucking. One of the freelance dealers, Ross Gaff, not working this week, just made his way up. Had surgery on his wrist. He'll be back next year, this is. Back next year. So he is off. Yes, so no dates have been announced next year. For next year, get Kaiser. I don't know if Jay's covered this. But as soon as we know, it'll be all over social media. We normally start in London in January. That sometimes rolls into the first week in Feb. We have been told Coventry's back on the list next year. The Goliath is definitely on, which is one if you can actually try to get over for it. It's one of the best tournaments in the world. The last Goliath live was 9,300 runners over 7 starting days. It's a full week in Coventry at the Ricoh Arena, or the CBS now, the CBS Arena as it is now. It's a fantastic week-long event, 10 days from start to finish, and that's always good one because its price is round about, well, it has been £125 for the last few years, £100 buying plus the juice for a fantastic 100,000. Well, it's been over 100,000 to the winner for the last 2 years. So if that is one you can get to, then Goliath at the end of August next year, because the Commonwealth Games are on in Birmingham next year. So there's plenty going on. And you can always keep informed with us as well. You watch the live streams now on a regular basis, which is good to see. And whenever we get any information, we ship it out there. Hey Paul. Paul Hare says, what's the buy-in? The buy-in is 750. 750 total. And if you ever want to check out who's in and who's playing, you can go to the Poker Live app. Download the Grosvenor Poker Live app. Gives you all the information regarding any events in any Grosvenor building in the country. You click on Westgate, which is where we are, Westgate Leeds. You click on the tournaments, then you go live, and the GUKPT states there are 70 runners so far playing today's main event at £750. Late reg all day, all the way through till the end of the evening, and you can buy into day 2 as well. And if you want to check, the initials of the players who have bought in are on there as well. So if you know somebody with their initials or who is playing, then you can just check them out because they are there on the app as well. And it gives you all relevant information, and it's all live because it's connected to the card room magic that is set around the room. Later on tonight, the side event is a 5 seats guaranteed £80 satellite. That's starting, I think it's 7, it might change, but it's scheduled to be down at 7 o'clock. We'll let you know if there's any change to it, but it is scheduled for 7 PM. That's a 5 seat guaranteed main event satellite running at 7 PM tonight, alongside the main event of the GUKPT that is here in Leeds. Amazing numbers in the Omaha last night. 138 played the Omaha last night.
I saw Kellett was on the final table.
I think he won it.
Did he?
I think he did. We'll soon find out. But yeah, the so yeah, all the information. £750 buy-in. There'll be well over 100,000 in the prize pool by the time.
Brought them in empty plates, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Well, they're taking them. Thank you very much. Thank you. Service around here is top notch, let me tell you.
So where's the streaming? On YouTube or some website?
Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and Grosvenor Poker. So yeah, 4 places. 4 places.
Kiers is going to have a look at the schedule for next year and come over. The Goliath obviously is the event to turn up to if you're a small buying kind of person with numerous bullets.
Left.
So yeah, it's a cracking week. If you want to check out the previous results of Goliath, you can go to the website that is called the Hendon Mob, and just check out Goliath from its starting in 2011. Goliath took over, and this year will be the 10th live anniversary of Goliath. Sean Andy says it was Kelly who won the PLO. Shane watching on YouTube. Afternoon, Shane. Shane Elliott, loving the stream. Thank you very much, Shane. We are here for the full duration of live action. Full 12 hours live stream, 12:30 till 12:30. And plenty of banter, plenty of poker, plenty of eating in between.
Yeah, I'm sure that will be the case. It's Wendy squeezing it up out the big blind, just the 400. Probably going to get a call in every spot. Even Gary's come along with a 3 deuce off. Not on me, but I can get it in the dinner break. So I've got that back anyway. So Gary actually has the best hand here with a pair of 3s. And, he's going to make the call, even though Tuan fires into the whole field. 4-way action to the flop, king of spades on the turn, and now is Tuan going to come in for another barrel here. Interesting to see what story he's trying to tell if he does. But no, Gary opts to lead here with his bottom pair, and Tuan, a non-believer, going to float in position with 7 high, just a gut shot here, and potentially try and take this away from Gary on the river. That's the only reason I can see him calling this. I think on bricks he's going to come in for a bluff. And it's the 9 of spades. Now Gary will check, and Tuan with just 7 high, and we can't just call turn to hit our gut shot in position. If we're calling turn, we must have something else in mind. But then again, does our story really make sense? What are we repping on this river? Basically spades if we come in for a bet here. So he decides to just give up, and Gary says, no, I've got a 3. And Tuan goes, that's good enough. That is good enough, the old 3 deuce.
Gotta love an old 3 deuce. So welcome aboard and welcome to Leeds. Jay says, you played much yourselves recently? Yeah, Jay's played most of Leeds, cashed in the mini. Failed miserably in the 30-30.
Yep.
You don't play PLO very well either.
Yeah, no, last night I had 2.
Gamble with the nuts.
Yeah, basically.
How busy was he?
Yeah, it was very busy, very busy. I went Hill Street in Birmingham when I played Birmingham as well, like you said, yeah.
I was Birmingham.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was
cashed
good.
in that as well.
Yeah, in the 30-30. That was.
Yeah, you cashed in that as well. Well done. What did you think to Hill Street?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was good.
But you didn't take my advice and do Broad Street on a Friday night, though.
No.
You decided to.
I was. Oh yeah. That was it. I was trying to make day 2 on a Friday night.
You decided. I told you. Good at Broad Street Friday night. Play your 30-30 on the Saturday. What did you do? No advice taken. I'll play Friday and flick it in again.
Sometimes it's what you got to do.
So you even missed out on Hills on Broad Street as well. Can't believe it. Aye, Luke Vinnican watching on Facebook. How you doing, Luke? Just started playing poker and then we didn't see you for a few years. Yeah, all in Vin. I'm sure he's somewhere around the building this week. I am sure he will be. I've not seen him today, to be fair, but I'm sure we'll see him at some point. It's been good to see him in the last two events. Alan Vinnicum, all in Vin. It is good. It has been good to see him around the tables. We're back.
We're back.
We are back. We're just checking there's no sound, and then when we turn it back on again, there's sound. That's where we're just testing. But yeah, we are back. Sorry, Paul, and Paul. Afternoon, boys. Afternoon, Jason. Jason Shallon sat around the bar area yesterday. I don't know if he played the PLO last night.
I think he flicked in the satellite. I think he was in the satellite.
Right. No, we're just checking that there's no sound around the around the room. We're back. Yeah, it's all good. That was us, Katie. We were just testing buttons. We were just testing buttons. So yes, all good. We are now back. It was us. But good for you guys to tell us that there's no sound straight away, which is always what we want to hear. And the table ambience will be on during the afternoon as well, because obviously that's one of the issues, is that we don't have the table ambience at this moment in time. The guys will be on the case at the first break, and then if we have to mute ourselves for any reason, then we'll get back and we should be all right. So we should be good. We should be good. In fact, Jay, can you test it on your Twitch? They were coming through loud and clear. Any knowns playing today?
Sounds good.
Any knowns? Yeah, well, it depends who you know. Depends how famous. Famous.
I'll tell you, I did see Tom Hall. He's in the building.
Good player.
Yeah.
Good player.
Jack Hardcastle's in the building. Ewan, Chris Maguire.
Yeah. Rich Kelly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Albert Sapiano.
Yeah, Albert's here.
If you're talking famous, international famous, maybe not, or any actors or anything like that, we used to get quite a few celebrities playing every now and again, ex-footballers and stuff like that, but they don't tend to these days. They don't tend to play the bigger games. Yeah, JC 2K3. What's the buying? The buying is £750. Paul Hardcastle. Yeah, Jack Hardcastle is playing today. He's in the building. Here's the winner of the PLO walking into the game where you only get 2 cards. Rich Collette. Already got himself a trophy for this weekend. So well done to him. So yeah, we are now back live in Leeds. Have you seen the big hand earlier? Ace Queen against Ace 7, so it's 3 and 4 on an Ace Queen 7 board. And C4 did not go bust. Sam Allage must be loving life as a Liverpool fan at this moment in time. So Sambo on our Twitch stream. How you doing, Sam?
Afternoon, Sam.
Great start to the season for Liverpool. Even managed to beat Norwich in the League Cup. Man United got knocked out last night.
Yeah,
West Ham playing well this year. But top London club this year will be Chelsea. Second will be West Ham. Third will be Tottenham. And fourth will be Crystal Palace. There you go. There you go. I think Chelsea win the league. I said that before. A footballer being kicked. Oh, afternoon. Yeah, we're working for you. I like who posted it? There you go. Like a spoilt kid again this weekend, said Roy. GUKPT all weekend and the Ryder Cup starting tomorrow. Yeah, good luck to the guys playing the Ryder Cup back at Whistling Straits. It is.
it's my first Ryder Cup.
So since playing golf, taking up golf, it's the first time the Ryder Cup's been on. Never used to watch it that much, so looking forward to it.
It is such a good weekend. It really is. Yeah, it's cracking. USA versus GB in Europe. I'm sure we'll find out for you guys what's happening. Hopefully by the end of it on Sunday we'll have packed up and gone home. We normally have a decent time finishing Leeds, but you know what it's like. Now we've said that.
Yeah, why have you said that, Sal?
Playing Katie,
Yeah.
and actually saying I play golf is two different things.
Yeah, it's good. I've just started, Katie. I haven't been playing that long. I've something to do in the spare time.
Hitting the ball and playing golf.
Yeah. Your lad would have to give me 30 shots. Put it that way.
Yeah, and the rest. And the rest. You'll have to give him lessons. As soon as Jack starts doing lessons, Jay will be there. Great start. Went to the Milan game last week. Best start was 3. Yeah, that was a good way. Back 1-3-2, didn't it? 2-1 down. And Chiesa said Chelsea will win the league.
So Wendy, 3 bet in the 9s. I like it. Nice size selection as well here. Just over the 3x versus the under the gun open. Actually has the best hand on this board, but maybe a bit deterred to continue simply because 2 overcards to her pocket 9s. It is a good board for her range as the 3 better. So it usually would have a lot of bets, but she is going to come in for a continue. Like it. Bet of 1,000. Elliot with backdoor clubs and a Broadway draw, and Gary with a Broadway draw himself. Seven of spades. I don't mind the c-bet at all from Wendy, but I was just about to say, I think this is where we need to come in for a check, but she's repping that ace. She's the 3-better. She can have the ace-king. She can have the queens. Ace-queen in there as well. She's got all these hands and just using it to her advantage. And there it is, Wendy picking up pots.
There's no wonder she has a deep run in the 30-30 or the mini. Yeah, Jamie and Trigg are trying to get a 4-ball for Edinburgh. We've no chance, unfortunately. We'll finish Leeds on Monday and then we're on the train to Edinburgh Wednesday morning. So I'm out. I'm out for Edinburgh, but hopefully in Luton we'll bring down the old bats. Cristiano says, just hope there's no Towers treble on the golf. Sorry. No, there won't be. There won't be. There will be for football though, it's Saturday. It's a live stream. There's got to be a Towers treble. Blind squirrels and all that.
Ten, 5, 3, 2 spades is the flop. Top pair for Gary. Elliot does have a flush draw. This one checks through. Now if we're Gary, after picking up a gut shot. Can come in for a lead, but Elliot's going to take the initiative out the small. And is going to call the raise with his flush draw and gut shot. Deuce of clubs on the end. And Gary's going to take that one with the 10-6. Paul Leverage. I think I had a winner once on Towers treble. I think it was one time, and that's not. I'm not even bit trying to be. I think I had it coming once, but I only do it on the GUKPT weekends. So
Yeah.
I don't do it every week. I only do it on the weekends when I'm here with Tower. So if it does loses, I can tell him he has to get me a pint.
There's going to be a Towers treble every week up until Christmas. And let me tell you, you're going to have betting tokens for Christmas. We look for value. We don't go for 1 to 2 shots or anything like that in the treble. We look for value and teams that are in form. Trouble is, I can stop form. Forest Green won the first 5 games of the season. Back him again, 6-5, lose. How? We'll get one up this week, Paul. We'll change it all. I'm looking forward to giving you Towers treble on Saturday. And don't forget on Sunday, when the live stream is on, there'll be 3 tables left, something like that, and players will be able to. Oh, you guys will be able to little punt on the players that are left in the mix. Last event's winner, 25-1. Chiesa, you're making us laugh, man. Is it Sam or Ledge? Which one is it? Will the real Sam or Ledge stand up? Very funny. Like it.
So 8's for Kevin under the gun. Easy open. Looks like he's made it 400. Gets called by Twan, who has the Jack 10 off in the hijack. Do see a lot more of these loose pills early start. First few levels, people are peeling their hands a lot wider. You'll see more of these like Jack 10 off, and hands like that go to flops, whereas later stages of tournaments are just going to be hitting the muck. But people want to get involved early on. Try and get some chips. And speaking of the Jack 10 off, going to love that turn, turning trip 10s. However, Gary has picked up a flush draw to go with his up and down. And if we're Twan here, once checked to us twice, we've got a pretty clear bet with our trip 10s free weight. Want to deny equity to the single diamond hands, perhaps get some value from maybe some sort of pocket pair in there. I know we can see the 8s folded on this occasion, but has got a customer in terms of Gary. Complete with for Gary. Gary now just playing the board. He'll have an easy check fold.
So a bit of information regarding live and what is coming up. The National Bad Beat Jackpot.
180? 190?
£200,000. What we're down to? Pair of 8s. Quad 4s. Quad 4s beaten. Achievable. Win a share of £200,000. And when it goes, the next pot will start at 100,000. Already. That's amazing. There's a brand new 888 live event at the Vic on the 28th till the 31st of October. Bag yourself an 888 trophy. That's in the Vic, £444 buying. Satellites going on in October. GUKPT Edinburgh. We know that's coming next week. There is a bounty on the Saturday. That's the only addition. Satellite night is the Wednesday night. So bag yourself a seat for 80 quid. That's 5 seats guaranteed on the Wednesday night. Last few satellites have been getting like 13, 14 seats, haven't they?
Yeah, lots of seats. And last night it was packed out just for the satellite. Forget the PLO.
Yeah. Referring back to the Bad Beat Jackpot, you don't get 200,000, but you'll get a share of it because the winning hand gets a part of it. The losing hand gets most of it.
Yeah.
Everybody sat at a table in a Grosvenor casino gets a slice as well. So if the Bad Beat Jackpot gets won in Southampton and you sat at a table in Leeds, you'll get a slice. So it's all shared out. But it is currently standing at £200,000. So the £200,000 will be shared amongst equals. But if you are sat down in a casino playing it and it goes, you will get some money.
There was a hand at the Empire. They have a Bad Beat Jackpot as well, and there was a situation where on the turn it was Queen 10 10 10 with like Queen 10 of diamonds, and a player with a Queen went all in. The quad 10's called, and the King Jack of diamonds folded. And it come the 9 of diamonds on the river, and they would have hit the Bad Beat Jackpot. So if this guy doesn't jam, like it's like
Oh man. Wow.
Crazy little things like that.
Wowzers. And also regarding live poker, the Luton schedule is now live and it will be on the app tomorrow. Luton's schedule starts on the 6th of October with the £80 5 seats guarantee. That will be on. And then running through, there's the 30-30 going on, there's the mini main online, there's the 30-30, there's a mini day 8B turbo and day 2, there's a PLO. The main event is on Thursday the 14th of October, and don't forget when we get to Luton it's a 12.50 buy-in for the main event. So there's plenty going on, and then obviously we've still got the 30-30s that are going on, the £400 buy-ins. They will be next weekend in Reading, Leicester and Blackpool. So while we're in Edinburgh, actually I have been told there's an online leg for the GUKPT Edinburgh.
Is there?
I have been told.
Is that a first?
I think that's the first. I don't know if Jim can. I think Jim's watching, or Tom. But I got told yesterday by. Who told me? Somebody told me while I was stood here before we vacated for Leeds Town Centre.
Don't remind me.
There is an online leg of Edinburgh. That needs confirmation actually. But I think I don't think they'd be telling porkies, would they?
So Gary, fairly short, 2.6k. Got a feeling we might see that go in before we hit the first break in half hour.
Confirmation. The Edinburgh online main flight is now up in the lobby. So there is an online leg. And I can't remember who told me. Obviously somebody that was going to play it. Oh, it was the pot washer.
Oh,
Chris Maguire. Yes. Chris Maguire. Yes. So the Edinburgh online flight for the GUKPT main event is now up in the lobby. So if you've got choices of Reading, Leicester and Blackpool for the 30-30s, or you're thinking, well, I might flick in the main event actually, but what I'll do is I'll play the online flight. If I make day 2, I'll see you Saturday. If not, I'm off to Blackpool to play the 30-30. That's the way it goes. There's plenty going on. So thanks for the information, Jim. Our head of poker, Jim McShane, doing a fantastic job this year regarding smashing the GUKPTs to bits. Plenty going on live.
Question here, how old do you have to be to enter the senior events? 50.
5-0, 5-0, 5-0. It's off to the seniors we go. Yeah, 50.
So Wendy limping the old King 9 early position. And that brings, I think, 3 other players along. 4, I should say. Elliot's in as well. He was in the big blind, checked his option. 5-way action to the flop. This is Queen 6, 4, 2 diamonds. I think it's 2 pair there for David. Not going to get any action at all though. No need to get trappy 5-way there. You just want to start betting your hand. But unfortunately, no one with a queen or any type of holding they can continue with.
Yeah, I don't think the online legs will become the norm. Well, maybe for Edinburgh. I don't know. But for this year, obviously, just starting back in July and getting as many GUKPTs in as possible. It's been such a huge success that you're literally saying tot on one of the events and we'll see you next week in the next one. It's brilliant. It's been so good. Goliath 2022 schedule being announced. Not the schedule. The schedule will be next year. But the dates have been set for Goliath of next year in 2022. The dates have been set, but not the schedule, and we've been told the schedule will definitely be next year before it comes out. But if you want to mark your card for August the 24th is when the guys are on the way down to Goliath. The 25th it starts until the 5th of September. We can't wait. We're looking forward to it. But the schedule will be there. I do believe the first day one, maybe the Friday the 26th is what I'm thinking. There might be an extra day one this year, next year. But all confirmed, but the dates are set for us, the 25th until the 5th. And we will be looking forward to going back down to Coventry for Goliath 2022, but there definitely won't be a schedule before the start of New Year.
Someone asked, do you have the dates for the grand final main in London?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we do. It will start on the 2nd of December. That will be Thursday the 2nd. That will be the day 1A running through until the 5th of December. But the festival for that actually starts on the 21st of November. Plenty of side events going to be occurring for that one. It is the grand final, but it's going to be a long festival, that particular event.
And the team, as they say, will be there.
Yes, we will.
We will. Oi, oi, Roy Chiocci's giving me a tip. Oh no! How you doing, Roy? He's already given me the. I'm not even going to put my name to this because this is Roy's. But while he's watching the stream, how you doing, Roy? He says, great stream, lads. He says the bets tonight, and Chiesa can come along with this because it's Napoli, Lazio, and Real Sociedad. It's a 7-1 treble. If it comes in, Roy can do Towers treble on Saturday. Hope you're well, Roy. Good to catch up again next time we're in Liverpool. Hope things are good. So yeah, plenty of things going on.
Massive flop this for Wendy. Flopping nut flush draw, Broadway draw. Just a bet of 100 here. 100 into 500. And that's going to bring Kevin along. He's going to come in for a little float here with the King 9. Obviously with ideas to take this away on a later street. We've got no draw of our particular hand. So, faced with another bet from Wendy. Is it another 100? No, 500 this time. And now, as Kevin, we just have to stop the plan and let it go. Wendy checked there. I think we would have seen Kevin come in for a double barrel. But once Wendy continues betting, just got to get out of the way with our holding. Just king height. Got 20 minutes left of this first
Yes.
session of day 1A.
Cracker.
Nice little table coming in after the break as well, I can see.
Good to have you on board, Roy. He is watching. Yeah, over at Liverpool. It has been sneakily previewed that there might be a 25-25 in Liverpool in December, so we'll keep you informed regarding that. Any information that we're allowed to disclose, well, most of it really. Somebody tells me, I just tell everybody. If you want any information sending out, let me know. Yes, I think, yeah.
So a little bit for everyone here. Elliot with the Broadway draw, Twan with a 6 high flush draw, and Kevin with 2 pair. Oh, some interesting turns. That's not one of them. There's the brick, so the ace-10 of Kevin's still the best hand. And the fact that this is a 3-bet pot here as Elliot, it's going to be very hard to double barrel into 2 opponents, and I like the decision there to check behind. Don't have to win every pot, it's fine to just give up in certain scenarios. But now Kevin comes in for a small bit of value here, 1.2 into 7.5, so giving his opponents 7-1 on a call. And Elliot here with the ace-jack is getting 7-1 on his money, but against this size it's just never going to be a bluff. It looks like it is what it is at 10, so what Elliot might actually be thinking about here, can he credibly get away with a bluff raise, and comes to the conclusion that he can't. Very hard for us to rep a king there. Once we check back turn 3-way, he'll be aware of that too, so just waves the white flag and done with a hand.
Alex Everson asking a question. You have tickets in his online account. Can he use these tomorrow to buy in? Don't see any holding tank for day 1B. I'm guessing it'll, if it's a GUKPT token, I'm guessing that'll be a 560, won't it? Unless you've won a 750 seat. If you have won, if it's for a GUKPT main event, I do think you'll be able to, if it's a 560, add the extra to it, or if it's just a 750, just turn up and tell them you have a ticket online, and they'll take it from there at the cash desk. So that should be easily done. Can't see it being a problem.
So Elliot opening the jacks, Wendy calls with the jack-9 suited, and Kevin has queen 10 here, so this is interesting flop. Got Elliot with the jacks, just 1 over to his pocket pair. We got Wendy, who has an up and down and backdoor flush draw, and Kevin smashed this flop here with top 2. And Kevin here, got to choose how to proceed. We've got 2 options, obviously call or raise. Opts to come in for the raise straight away here. We are in the big blind. We'll have hands like 8-9 offsuit, Jack-9 offsuit, King-Jack offsuit. Can rep a few bluffs in this particular spot. From Elliot's perspective though, we've got 2 cards in our hand that are bad to have. Our opponent can be bluffing, and Wendy now getting a direct price here. Okay, she's not going to call. She's going to let it go for 1,600 more. Ah, that's why. Elliot's actually coming for a free bet here with pocket jacks. And now, if we're Kevin Tower, we just want to be flatting. Okay, no. He just moves with it, goes with it. But if I'm Kevin there, I'm definitely going to be flatting in that spot. We want to keep all of Elliot's bluffs in. What hands is he going to free bet on that flop? Is he really going to free bet a set on that flop? No. So once he raises us there, he's either got like maybe an overpair, trying to find out where they are, old school style, or he has just the hand that he's bluffing with, doesn't believe us. So we want to flat and keep all those hands in his range. But this scenario, just decided to 4-bet move in. It's running well, this table. Kevin been running very well on it, so maybe just thought I'm going to get it in here, but as always say, you can't just be thinking about your hand, you need to think about the hands your opponent could potentially be doing that with.
So Alex is going himself a £750 ticket, which he'll be using tomorrow. Katie's already said online holding tanks closed before the start of the event, but you can use the ticket. Thanks, Katie. It's a long dinner hour. Just saying. Come on, when you're the boss, take what you want, don't you? Take what you want.
So, all aboard the limp train.
Yes,
Fun.
plenty of multi-way pots today so far.
Hello. For one, I'm surprised Twan hasn't opened Ace Jack under the gun, and then for two, I'm surprised Elliot hasn't opened King Queen. Just both players choosing to leave.
The massage lady car has just turned up to ease the aches and pains of all the poker players around the building. The Grimo's in the building, ladies and gentlemen, we'll hear him everywhere. Good old Grimo.
So, up and down for Kevin, double gutted for Gary. David with the bottom two, and that is complete brick. So with David here, still want to be coming in for some value here. We have two pair. This king shouldn't change anything unless there's some sort of king 8 or king 6 suited in there. Not too many combos of that, so pretty easy value bet for us. Unfortunately, both opponents missed their draws. Not going to get any action.
First two eliminations of the GUKPT today. Both the same person.
Both the same person. No prizes for guessing who that was.
No. Richmond Wire. Early exit. Jack Reap. Somebody was asking about Jack. He's been eliminated. Chris Johnson. There's not the norm. So Albert's on his third.
I'll tell you what I did see. I went on Albert's third bullet. He was on the same table as Chris Maguire. So
Was he?
You never know. Chris might have been a.
Albert could be chief leader. John Hanley not having the best day either. Well, it's all good off.
Here or something, or...
No, it's on stream.
Oh, you go to YouTube. Can you see yourself now?
So a nice start. 83 in the mix as it stands.
Oh, really? Oh.
Break time in the
I'm
round
not sure
about
whether it's a
15 minutes.
It could be like embarrassingly.
Normally end up with a hand going into the break.
Mistakes have been analysed, can't they? Who's that? Oh, is there somebody commentating on there? You're joking.
I've never been to Leeds Casino. It's a good casino. When you look round, it's a listed building on Wellington Street. It's been a Gala Casino. And we only played in about 2012, 13. And they changed it. It's a fantastic building. Really nice.
David popping top pair here. Turns a steel wheel draw to go with it. And Twan not going anywhere. He's picked up a gut shot with his bottom pair. 9 of clubs on the end, so the ace-3 gets the trip. Not opted to go for thin value though here, David. Not too much that we can expect to get called by. 8x probably not going to go on that river, so we're losing to all other ace x. Just going to check that one behind. Not too much out there that's going to pay us.
And it's level.
So level number 2, Leeds GUKPT. Welcome along everybody. 15-minute break at the end of this level. And then back with more of the same, round about 2:45. Good to be back in Leeds. UFC defending champion Brett Angel, the last winner in Leeds in 2019. Just remember, Rich Kelly likes Leeds. Won last night.
Yeah.
Runner up last time with the GKPT. Very well, wasn't it? Yeah, very good.
10's top pair comes in for a bet, gets it through.
Yeah, sure. But okay.
I've lost that one, I've not lost that one. Because they're blind.
Great.
83 runs so far in the main. Well over £200,000 in the prize pool by the time we're done.
100%.
Oh, speaking to Raggy,
Yeah.
you know who won the 33rd? You know,
Yeah.
And he's final table, second in London, and then won another side event, and then just like it's so nice to hear, yes. Because he was there in Coventry as well, and it was just so nice when he said, just said, Raggy, you're on fire. I says, well done, mate. He went, I can't keep getting lucky. You know when you sit down and you hear, I had ace king. You know when you have ace king against ace queen and you know he's hit a queen and then you hear the bad beat stories? He literally said yesterday, I had eights 3 times. And I beat 8 set against 9s, 10s and jacks.
Sometimes it just goes like that.
Why does it happen? And how long can I keep getting lucky for? And he's like, it's one of the things. He says, yeah, I'm getting some decent scores. He says, well, I'm getting ever so lucky.
At least he's honest about it.
People don't say that.
Yeah.
They don't tell you them bits, do they?
Yeah,
They just tell you the bad beat stories of the ace king against the ace queen or the queens against the 10s and stuff like that. He's like, why is he telling you? He's like, that's just fantastic. But no, he's on absolute fire. He's our man, old Raggy. He is absolutely on fire. Jamie, old Rails is in the building. Everywhere we go. Oh. Rails, how you doing, pal? Have you recovered from last Saturday's Blackpool versus Middlesbrough? He went up to the borough with Richie P, the VIP himself. Corporate day out at football. It is the way to watch football these days. I'd like to go for a corporate day out at Spurs' new ground.
Yeah.
Because that just looks insane. But it was a great day. Rails, hope you're still well, pal. And it's
this is going to be a little bit of trouble for Gary. He's called twice, once with a gut shot, picked up the backdoor flush draw now with his top pair, but that gives David top 2. He's just going to pay this one off. Can't see any way that he folds in the way this hand's played out. River top pair, and he gets the bad mirror show that you can get clubs.
I'm a Blackpool fan says Rhino. No, Rotherham United, but a corporate day out versus Middlesbrough versus Blackpool can't be turned down. Great day out. Borough 1, Blackpool 2. But now I've lived in Blackpool for quite a few years now. Good to see the team. Had a bit of corporate football when Blackpool were in the Premier League, jumped on the bandwagon as you do. Watched them beat Liverpool. So the Man United game when they were 2-1 up and lost 3-2.
Can I get 5 and 5? Can I get 5 and 5?
You know, it was great with the town back about 10 years ago now. It has to be. It has to be 10 years ago now that we're in the Premier League. But no, it's as always a great day out. The old corporate football.
5 on me. Let's see that. Come on, lad. Get it in, lad.
Afternoon, Neil. Tuned in from
Oi,
Portugal.
oi.
He was on the golf course out there.
It was just finished. I did notice that one of his either on Insta or something like that he played one of the courses with the worst greens he's ever putted on. Can't be good if a top quality place like Portugal that charge something like €100 a round of golf. And you've got terrible greens. Hope you're well, Neil. Hope the ticker's good. And hope you've recouped very nicely in Portugal. How long are you there for this time? It's usually a month at a time. I'll just nip out, you know, as you do. Proper good golfer. Scratch golfer now, is our Neil. Ah, Rhino's a Huddersfield Town fan. Yeah, Huddersfield. I'll tell you what, going back to that football, they never stopped singing, the Blackpool fans. They tell you how many go through the turnstiles. 1,102 is how many went. Don't know why they tell you that, but they did. They never stopped. They never stopped singing old and bouncing around and all sorts. It was a great atmosphere. It was a great atmosphere. Yes, Rick Gilby. I saw the picture you were at the... Yeah.
Right, what is it? Nothing. Yeah, no raise, that's all. I'm just asking. Right, okay, I'll go for it.
Yeah, so you posting that you're at the New York Stadium, Rick. Good second half performance from Fleetwood. Thrashed Rotherham 4-2. Big win for Fleetwood. Terrible for Rotherham. I don't think they're pulling any trees up this year, and then they go to Bolton and win. Really weird. Only song Blackpool used to sing was Back Again, the Ocean's out. Well, they're out now, so that's it. You can sing about football again. Got the club back. Well, yeah, Fleetwood went at Rotherham, and Rick Gilby was there, posting that it was in the little town of Rotherham. Craigie Croy says, is Goliath now live again? Well, it will be next year. Get your time booked. 25th of August until the 5th of September. We will be there.
It looks like Kevin's going to call again here. David raised the flop to 1.3. Kevin made the call with top pair. Obviously, regarding value hands that he can have, he will have all the two pairs. Sets of deuces in there as well, some pocket eights. But I'm not choosing to go for the third street of value on the river. Maybe just worried about the opponent having a better two pair. David, who we saw earlier, get taken to Cornertown, is back over starting stack after having the second nut boat versus the nut boat.
Yes. we're all amazed he's still in. But as Jay said, he worked it out absolutely correctly and just made the call on the river. How many entries today? At the moment there are 83. There's been a dozen eliminations. Up to 86 now, to be fair. And there has been a couple of eliminations. They're the same people. John Hanley has been eliminated all 3 times. Wow. Can't have a re-entry again today. He's back tomorrow. And Albert is on his 3rd. So it's been one of those for him. So coming very close to the end of this session.
Expect this to be the last hand tower.
Head off on the first break of the day. New feature table when we return. It's a nice little table as well. Some familiar names on it.
Martin Fraser coming up.
Yep.
With a Keller.
Yeah. And the Spand as well.
Awesome. Wendy and Kevin involved pre at the minute. Ooh, calling the Queen Deuce. Okay. I'm literally calling with any 2. Literally calling with any 2 if you're calling with a Queen Deuce. Well, we've hit the Queen. Queen 9-9.
And Elliot's got a flush draw.
And Twan has got the flopped trips. So, Kev sees where he is with the Queen Deuce. Elliot has moved all in with a flush draw and a paired board. Ouch.
Yeah, for
Twan's got to be calling.
yeah, Twan's not going anywhere.
Twan's going
actually
nowhere.
Played it really well, flat in here.
Kevin can't call with the Queen. Somebody's got to have a 9, he says. There's going to be 2 all in.
Yeah, so he's got the easiest fold.
Yeah,
really.
it says fold. And a call. So there we go. So the flush draw folds.
This is last hand. Here we are.
This is the last hand. Ace 9, flop trips against the flush draw. People chasing straights and flushes. Always end up going on buses.
We'll see. Oh, maybe not.
Not now.
Oh, Queen on the river.
Queen Deuce.
Pings it on the turn and Twan boats up on the river. So we're going to lose Elliot last hand of the session.
Queen Deuce was folded.
I know.
Oh,
I know.
Days.
But we are going to be back at 2:15, guys. We will see you all then back for more action.
See you in a bit.
Welcome to another hour with the Tower. We are pleased to be joined this time by one of the guys who plays the circuit, and a lot of the circuit we will be talking about. Over $1 million in lifetime earnings, 8 GUKPT main event finals, and the 2019 Grosvenor Player of the Year. It is the one and only from Castaway, Mr. Tom. No, it's Richard Kellett.
Hello, Tower. Just got my lockdown beard here that everyone might not be accustomed to, but
that is a growth, man. That looks good.
Yeah, well, the pubs opened, didn't they, on Saturday, and I was sort of tempted to go out, but what I made sure that I did is I didn't go for a haircut, so then I didn't want to go out like this, so I managed to fade it for another week.
I tell you what, if Simon Zach watches this, you could be brothers.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, do look a bit like Zach. Yeah.
You know what? Absolutely. Hey, we're going to run through what Rich Kellett has done for over the last decade. It's been pretty eventful. And one of the first things we can talk about is that we saw recently you posted on social media about you're in a chess club at school. Now, you're talking to a guy that used to play for Rotherham, by the way, at chess.
Oh wow!
So now that is a long time ago at school, by the way. Was chess a good base for poker? Is that what you deep thinking?
Absolutely. So in my primary school, in my local village, our head teacher, she was called Mrs. Baxter. She was very, very she was really, really passionate about chess, and it sort of exuded through the whole of the sort of year 6 age groups down to year 3. We were playing and we had a really avid club. And yeah, it just went from there really. Me and my younger sister, we ended up being 2 of the better players, and we ended up representing Lancashire,
Nice.
and we'd even go down to England matches at the Albert Hall, where they play the darts. Now we used to play in the Royal Albert Hall, where Ali Pali, where they have the darts finals now every January. And yeah, we sort of got to the stage. I was number 4 board for the number 11, the under 11s in Lancashire, and my sister, I think, was the number 1 board for the under 9s in Lancashire. So we were pretty good, and then obviously we were coming home and we were playing each other and getting better and better. And then it got to a point when we were about 9, 10, 11 where we were too good to play the other children. So in the evenings, this was sort of like, we were at an age as well where we were going to bed at 9 o'clock on a usual night, but instead of that, we sort of we were only playing competitively with other children at weekends. So what we ended up doing was we ended up joining like local men's clubs at like 9 and 10 years old. So you can imagine these were really late nights. We're in these local games. We're going to places like I was from Chorley, so going to places like Leyland and Blackburn and Burnley and all over the place, travelling around the northwest. And we were sat in there till 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and we were playing against fully grown men who were drinking pints and blowing smoke across the chessboard. So it was it was sort of like the ideal preparation for poker. But at 11 years old, when I went to high school from primary school, it just sort of wasn't cool to play chess anymore. Everyone, you just couldn't be that kid who was in the library every day. So yeah, I had to get back out on the football field, and I stopped playing then. So I've met some people through poker all around the world who've gone on to be really, really good chess players. But I sort of completely left it alone from 11 years old.
How good could you have been, Jermaine?
I don't know. I definitely felt like I definitely felt like I had some ceiling, because there's a guy in the local village, to me, who used to really give me a good pasting, and that always brought me back down to earth, sort of thing. So I don't know. But the poker thing from chess, the skill set is so similar, because in chess you're thinking 3, 4, 5, 6 moves ahead, and it's exactly the same in poker with your pre-flop, your flop, your turn and river. It's the thought pattern is almost exactly the same, thinking moves ahead. So the skills are massively transferable. But I mean, I'd love to sort of play now, but you can't really win money, and games are very, very time consuming. So it's I would love to play, but I don't. This was 2005, 2006. I was just in year 11 at high school, and my friend is my best friend who lived 2 doors down from me and was really close with my family. He'd just gone to a local sixth form college, and this was obviously a year or two after the Moneymaker thing, and you got Greg Raymer and all. So it was basically the exact point at when professionals started winning the World Series main event every year to when amateurs started winning every year. So they were. I was in year 11 at high school. They were going to, well, as loosely say, they were going to college. They were just going sitting in the canteen and playing every day, and then they'd spill home at night, and they'd just all be playing around my friend's house. So like I sort of got introduced to it at 15 years old. Yeah, I've just got thrust straight into it with the older lads, really.
Well, we got in at 15, so you could have been the Kelster 15, but
yeah.
2008, before you started playing live, you got a massive result online. You come 5th in the full tilt 750,000 guarantee for 33,000. That was July 2008. What did it feel like winning that much money at that time?
Wow, yeah, because I've just turned 18, and like it was pretty crazy because I did have a little foray into online poker before I was 18, but this was this account was my own account and everything, and yeah, I hadn't really even I'd played tournaments and I knew that I had sort of like a winning style in them at this point, but this night was crazy. I'd hardly even played any $215 buy-in tournaments before, and I bought into this one, and it was mad. I ended up getting a big stack, and it was the first time that I'd ever actually stayed up all night, sort of playing poker. So you had a break every 5 minutes past the hour. Well, actually, it wasn't even a synchronized break. This was pre-synchronized break, so it would have been whenever the tournament started, an hour play, then a 5-minute break. So this one I just remember going to the wash basin every hour to splash some water on my face, and I wasn't tired, but I wasn't tired because I was pumped full of adrenaline. But just my little routine. I'd been probably the longest I'd ever played a tournament up until that point, or been in a tournament, was maybe 4 or 5 hours play, and this one was. We're now 13 hours into this one, and I'm just going to the toilet, flicking some water on my face. Yeah, and it was really, really exciting. And I was thinking I was chip leader 2 tables left, and it was like $180,000 for the winner, I think. And that's just madness, because I think I started the day with $400 in my poker account or something. So that was definitely what got me a massive taste for online tournaments, for sure.
Did that go straight to a bankroll, and let you play bigger tournaments?
Sort of, but then I was very I was very, very naive in my early days. So I just used to I just thought I was the best player ever then, and then I would often go and play like high stakes cash games and things, and like experimented in that way. I managed to withdraw a chunk of it, but like I was very I sort of loved just to jump in at the deep end, and definitely had a different career path to most when it comes to that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Well, after you'd had that nice score, you started to venture into the live poker. Your first Hendon mob was back in 2008. Can you remember what it was?
So when I just turned 18, I used to go in the closest to casino to where I lived in Chorley at the time, which was Bolton Casino, and that was actually back in the day. That used to have some amazing cash games. They'd have like a 2-2 game every evening at the Grosvenor. That was actually where the first ever GUKPT was, wasn't it, Bolton?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the first ever one.
Yeah, and like the games in there used to be crazy. Like I couldn't even dream for games in there these days. But I used to have a little go into there. Me and my friend would go down, and we saw it advertised on the internet as like a £3 rebuy tournament. Anyway, so we went down. just thinking, okay, well, we're going to go and play this tournament. It seems quite cheap. It's only £3. Anyway, we realised about 5 minutes into the tournament that £3 actually gets you one set of chips, and that lasts about 5 minutes because everybody's just going all in, every hand, rebuy, 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 rebuy. So yeah, we opted for the freeze out tournaments then, and I was having a little bit of success online at the time. So like, I actually was playing a lot bigger online when I was 18 than I was in the live ones. And I did a little bit of research, and I found out there was a place, Casino 36 in Stockport, which had some games. And they were they were £50 rebuy tournaments and £100 rebound tournaments, and they had a really big cash game there. So yeah, it was weird, but I went down there and I was trying to get in at the front door, and they were sort of saying, yeah, you've got to be 21 really for this one. Anyway, I ended up on some sort of technicality. They ended up letting me sign up at 18, so I was just forever known as the kid in there. I was like,
We are back, guys. All set and ready. Next session of the day. Saw Hour of Tower with Kellett there, and kind of fit in because he's going to be coming over to the featured table. We'll run you through who we got. Players just taking their seats now. You squeeze through that, Jim. You squeeze through that.
Breathe in. Breathe in. Sideways. Look at that. There's no there.
It's all gone.
Flipping heck.
It's all gone.
It's all gone.
It's all that golf.
It is.
Yeah.
All that walking. How are you doing?
Good.
What did you do in your 11 minutes?
Not much. I had a coffee, went out on the terrace, and yeah. There we are, but we're back, we're ready to go.
Let's get ready to rumble.
And new featured table, run you through who we got. In 1 is Spand, Andrew Back.
The Spandy.
In 2 is Martin Frey.
Yes.
In 3 is going to be Rich Kellett. In 4 is going to be Rich Harrison. In 5 is Vic from Big Pal. In 6, Asif Elias. In 7, Craig Rimmer. In 8, Ian Burden. And in 9 is Lucas Sobchak.
So on level number 3 of the day, 86 in the main as it stands right now. If you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, everywhere, good afternoon.
Another 2 hours of poker. Lucas Sops for the 4x.
Why are we not to the 4? To the 4. To the 4.
Is it through? Yeah. Lucas Sobchak's actually got his name on the back of his top as well.
No way, what does he do? What does he do?
I don't know.
Is that a football shirt that he's got his own name on?
Yeah, it's probably.
Or does he play for somebody?
I don't know.
No, you're not folding pocket hairs.
Yeah. So level number 3 of the day.
Sweat with Span this hand.
Go on the Span.
Unaware with Martin's hand. Pretty standard so far. Opening suited jack on the button. Continuing this board. Very dry texture. like, don't know the turn yet, but good cards to double barrel would be like king and ace, obviously clubs, 10 as well, and it is the 6 of clubs. So it could potentially be coming in for another barrel here, but Span, because it is the 6 of clubs, obviously straights do complete, all straight draws will make a pair, other than Queen Jack. But didn't choose to come in for a double barrel, and it seemed like a well-timed check behind, because it seemed like Martin had a piece of it, not coming for the lead on the river.
So welcome to Leeds GUKPT. Hope everybody is well. Numbers increase all day long as you can buy into the events all the way through every level.
So Lucas just opening to 1.7 in the hijack. 8.5x. 7 deuce. This is for the fans. This is for the fans.
I'm glad he's got his name on his back of his shirt.
And Span with the ace king here, he's like, what did I do here? I'm faced with an 8.5x open. So he's just going to come in for a free bet to what looks like 5k. Just over 3x. And Lucas obviously knows whole cards are being shown, knows he's on stream. But even though we do want to get one through with a 7 deuce on the stream, when we are free bet after we go that size, we just need to get out of the way, and that's exactly what he does. But good to see, could be a little seatbelt session. Lucas has got a chip lead on his table, and if we're going to see more of that, I'm looking forward to it.
What pairs aren't getting past this table?
So out of the 90 that have played so far, we've lost 20 in the first session, which seems to be like the norm nowadays, doesn't it, for some reason?
I'd love to have some sort of explanation for it, but I just haven't got one, Tower. Maybe people know they can have multiple bullets, they maybe take a higher variance approach, playing lots of hands, maybe raising their draws and getting it in lighter than they usually would. But
So early in the race at the break, he just said he played so bad. And then he says, I know it's 70 bigs. He says, but it don't feel like 70 bigs when you've only got 7,000 chips. And that's the way, isn't it? When you know you can re-enter the 7,000 chips, it's just like, it's only 7,000 chips. So he says he's having a quick drink and he's just going to get back in level 4. That's what he said. Oh, Ricky Kebabs, go on there, Randy. Afternoon, Gary. Afternoon, everybody who's watching on Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, or even the GUKPT website itself.
It's okay. It's all right. Thank you.
Call.
I think this is going to be a fun session, Tower. Lucas limping, Jack 4 suited, early position. And Richard got an easy ISO here. Just want to get heads up in position versus Lucas. Don't really want the blinds coming in, but C has called here for suited connector. Flop a 6-5 deuce, 2 diamonds.
And this one checks through. 3 on the turn, so Lucas finds it, turning the straight, and Asif going to come in for a lead, and Lucas nonchalantly throws that one in like he hasn't got much, but we can see he's got the straight, and Asif drawing to a 4 here. The river is the ace of hearts, so Asif wants to be checking this over to Lucas, who
600.
no, he's not going to check.
Raise.
He bets, and it's a snap raise from Lucas.
Snap raise, baby. Yeah, it's the 6. Just 3x this time.
He's got 7 boosts again. He's off. Is Span going to free bet again? That's the question.
I feel like giving him £1 if he wins with a 7 deuce while he's on this feature table.
Yeah. Maybe against this particular opponent, Span not incorporate a free bet. And especially early stages as well. Happy to go post with a suited ace against someone who, let's use the word erratic maybe. Seen the 8.5 open with the 7 deuce. He's got it again. He's going to go.
Yeah, the GTOs are going covered as well.
Well, he's caught a 7, but has spanned with top and bottom. Lucas really wants to get one of these through on the featured. You can tell already. He just wants to get to showdown and ping the 7 deuce over. Better 900. And Span, obviously 2 options here, call or raise. Can potentially start raising now, credibly can rep some potential bluff possibilities. But got to think about the range of hands that Lucas has in this spot as well. So it has made it 3k. And Lucas snap calls him. Draw into just the 7. Deuce would be no good for him. So Span in a pole position here to take a sizable pot when we eventually do get to the river. So if we're Lucas here, we call the raise on the flop with middle pair. Can be good. Span can have some hands like some suited broadways. Wow, he's coming in for a lead!
Hey, fasten your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen.
The thing is, Tower, I can't see Span raising here now because Ace Jack is definitely out there for sure. And like this is just a really weird turn lead after we've raised flop, and then this turn doesn't change texture or anything. The only thing it changes is Ace Jack now goes in front of us. So if we're Span here, there's no need to raise. Like his decision to call and see a river and evaluate.
Oh,
and
this could be good. This could be
deuce
the
of
worst
spades.
river card ever for Lucas.
And he's just fired at 20.
I don't think the deuce actually made a difference because I think he was always firing anyway, wasn't he?
Yeah,
But he's bet
bluffing,
20,000 chips into it. It's a full pot size bet.
Wow, what a hand this is. Basically, from Span's perspective, we lose to Ace Jack and pocket 7s, and that is about it. So what, you've got 9 combos of Ace Jack, sorry, less than that because we've got an ace in our hand. You're only going to have 6 combos of Ace Jack, and you know 3 combos of 7s. Like from his perspective, we're losing to 9 combos here. So against this opponent, I'm assuming they're on the same table the first session. It's going to be very hard for Span to let this one go. I know it's a 100 big blind bet. But if there's the other thing that's got to go through his head as well, this is the guy that's just opened 8.5x. That's a factor as well, and that's going to lead me more towards call. But this ace-5 is pretty much a bluff catcher because you don't expect an opponent to ever go over pot here with a worse hand. And this is actually a
really tough spot, but I think it comes down to what I've already seen from Lucas, and he's picked that up in the first session, that this opponent can have a whole host of hands. As we can see, he's got 7 deuce here somehow. I'd just be very surprised if he let it go, and wow, is he going to fold?
I thought the thumb was going to flick them over the line then, but is he still trying to work it out in his napper?
Right, if I'm spanned here, I call. If you got ace jack, you got ace jack. There's 100 big blinds, but the lead on the turn's going to be going for his head. It's just a really strange lead on the turn, and there's the call.
It's great call,
There's the
Spand.
call.
7 deuce.
And span up to 85k, level 3 of the day.
Level 3 of the day.
Flying.
Just ace jacks.
And Lucas, 7 deuce twice, failed twice. If he gets it again, are we going to see the third time lucky?
Hearts maybe high. Yeah, everything all draws miss. Yeah.
That was fun. That was a fun hand.
He's going on the draws, miss. He's going on the draws, missy. Flick it in, says Gulliman.
Yeah.
Mr. P-Man, go on, Spand. Where's he from, Spand?
He's definitely not from down south. How he's active like actually, he's somewhere up north, must be, or Midlands, or doesn't sound like he's near from where I'm from.
My favourite.
Bradford, there we go. He is from Bradford. Cheers, Gully.
Great, 600. Your local stop. Your local stop.
So straight back into it, opening king queen here under the gun, raise and take. And Span does what you're meant to do with a 7 deuce, straight into the mouth.
500.
And that's going to leave room for Kenneth to open the Jack 10 off. We are early position here, but obviously Rich aware whose big blind he's raising into. And as I always say, you can start opening wider hands from certain positions, dependent on opponents in the pot and who's in the blinds. If there's people behind you that are just never going to free bet you and punish you for opening light, then you get involved with a hand like this. And going to see bet in this particular spot.
600.
What looks like third pot, 600. And I see if he's got an easy call in position, no need to raise as him. I'm just going to call and take some turns.
Span's from Bradford. There you go. That's about 10 mile away. He might have walked it.
So 7 of spades on the turn here, which does pick up gut shot and a flush draw, but can't see him coming in for a double barrel here a lot of the time. Got to think about hands that Asif's called us with on the flop. We're probably not folding out ace X. There's flush draws in there as well. Hands like 10-9 suited have just got there. So looks like it's a give up from Rich. Correctly so as well. You see Asif here got him drawing to just 4 outs. Going to need to find a 9 from Rich's perspective. Getting 3.5 to 1 in his money. Although we are out of position, can't dictate action on river. And as well, there's also the reverse implied odds in there of having the 10 of spades. The time our opponent does have a hand like he has in this case, an ace-X hand with a bigger spade. So Rich, not much we can do, just lets that one go.
Just seeing Riggy's had a re-entry.
Riggy
Riggy has had a re-entry.
He had a pretty brutal one against me, 3 off the money in the in the mini. I got very, very lucky.
Did you really?
Yeah, I got very, very lucky. Ace Queen versus Ace Queen, all in pre, both off suit, and the dealer finds 4 hearts for me somehow. I think I only had 1 suit as well, and Riggy had 2.
500.
Riggy currently 5th in the National Poker League. 5 packages up for grabs.
Closely followed by the man in seat 1,
Yes.
Span.
6 points difference. Wilmer Murray is in 8th. Bouse is in 9th. Chris Maguire in 10th.
Bouse, he's gone up 12 places.
Yes, in 9th.
Wow, and the other thing, Chris Johnson's actually in the mix for, but he's caught up Ewan and Ben a bit. They were well clear back in Coventry.
Yep.
Oh wow, I'm just going to pick up on the action. Okay, it's not as bad as first a glance.
The Mickey
looks.
Blacks.
Yeah, the old Mickey Blacks. Flopper set.
Next event. When is it? Oh yeah, it's next Thursday. GUKPT main event next Thursday is in Edinburgh. Don't forget, there's an online flight. It's in the lobby.
Yeah.
First time GUKPT at main event is on an online leg because of the schedule, because of Corona, because of rescheduling of Edinburgh. Next week's 30-30s. They're in Reading, Leicester, and Blackpool. But you can chance an online flight for the Edinburgh GUKPT main event. And if you make it through today too, we'll see you on the Saturday. Is this a 6-way flop?
I think it is.
This is definitely coming 6 ways. Queen's not feeling very confident at this moment in time. We're breaking seat 5. Jack, 7, 3, 2 clubs.
And the ace jack of Craig here could potentially lose some chips. There's Vikram at 1.6, and Craig not in a nice spot here either. He's got another 4 players behind him. That's still going to make the call of his top pair, top kick up. Ian has an easy fold, and so do the rest of the table. Should be going heads up to the turn between Vic and Craig. Six of spades. Shouldn't really change much. But queens were the best hand on the flop. It's still going to be the best hand on this turn. So we want to start targeting some Jack X hands. Craig does need to be wary. I always say about these multi-way plots, when you go 5-6 way, it's a lot harder for your opponents to have bluffs in situations, and there's a lot of hands out there that you can possibly be behind to, and what we've got to deduct here as Craig is whether Vikram can have a hand here like King Jack, Queen Jack that he's going to do this with. And regarding the bluffs, it's basically only club draws that he should have. He shouldn't be firing into the whole field here with like an 8-9 gut shot hand. And wow, he just moves all in. Craig is unfeared, just under 45 big blinds in the middle.
Oh yeah.
Cool, gonna need to find ace or a jack.
And it's not, it's a 4.
So we're
Here's
gonna
Jack,
lose.
Totar.
So we lose Craig.
Unlucky Craig.
Craig Rimmer.
John.
Dean on Facebook. What about the 4? What about the 3 other suits? Says I'm guessing that's from Rich's hand. 10-9 suited, can't get there because Rich had the 10 of spades. What about the other 3 suits? Diamonds, hearts, and clubs.
if you missed it earlier and you like a bit of cash,
The open, 10-7.
and you like a bit of cash, the Bad Big Jackpot currently stands in the clubs at £200,000. Lose with quad fours or bigger, and you'll get a slice of the action.
Yeah, there's been some really good games here this week as well at Leeds. So even if you're not a tournament player and you're in the area or you fancy popping down to the atmosphere, there's been some really, really good cash games throughout the week, and I'm sure there will be going over the weekend as well.
He's in. Big Josh on his way in. A bit of poker. Elliot Marace just about to come back in as well. I said it was coming in at level 4. Calm down. Calm down. Hills. How you doing, Hills? Hope you're well. Hills lives in Bradford as well. Only half an hour away. We're going to see Hills this week here in Leeds.
Thank you. Fold. Fold.
Is Mr. Hills, Andy, not making an appearance?
Andy's, don't know what's happened to Andy. I don't even know it. I've not even heard a message from Andy Hills saying hello, how are you doing? Andy must have decided that he's taking time out. What's he doing with his sponsorship? Send me to some 30-30s, I'll play. Get me involved. When we're not working, that is. Ills on YouTube said, when is the ladies event? There will be a ladies event at Goliath next year. There usually is. Goliath coming back for 2022 and we can't wait. The 10th anniversary. We cannot wait. Dates are set.
So I'm probably just going to call here a span with this nice hand in position. And action on Kellett, who doesn't have his cards in the box. Not used to being on the featured table. Can't even use that as an excuse for him. There they are. And he calls the ace-10 as well. Obviously wary about a seats under the gun open. This deep, no need to start free betting. We can go post. Going to have position.
King Jack 2. Whiffs everybody.
It does. Actually not choosing to continue. Rich might come in for a bet here now though, once it's checked him. He's going to have plenty of King X on the button. King Queen, King Jack, King 10 all in there. And as well as that, we also have the equity to Broadway as well. The times that we are cool, we can potentially line up some double barrels, especially once the pre-flop, the original pre-flop aggressor's checked. But Asif is going to pull out the float here with the 5 high, out of position. And action on Span, who hasn't insta-folded, lets it go. And on brick turns, I do expect Rich to start applying a bit of pressure tower.
Like 2 pairs on the turn.
Like you expect Asif, if he's got a hand like Ace King, King Queen, King 10 suited, that he's going to continue this flop 4-way. So from Rich's perspective here, thinking about the hand, you're not really worried about your opponent having a king. Like he's going to have a lot of hands like Queen Jack, Ace Jack, Jack 10 in there, maybe a hand like Ace Queen with a Broadway draw, but opting to a check behind and see a river car, which is a 5, so the 5-4. Well, Asif is going to take the best of it. Rich shows him the Ace 10, and Rich is going to be a bit shocked with the hand he sees here. Keeps a stone face, to be fair to him, but he's not the hand you expect to see at river. I thought a player like Rich might come in for a double barrel on that turn. Maybe he was wary of traps, hands like kings and jacks.
All folding round in turn.
600.
Right down to Rich, who makes it definitely better to come into 600.
That's a call from Rich with the same hand. Kellett versus Richard. So flop of 9-5-5 rainbow. Rich, rightly so, comes in for the C-bet, gets the same hand to fold, and he's going to take that one with the win jack.
Right, nice little seven on there. Just went slowly like that.
Your element of surprise has gone now. Honestly, they're definitely going for
The blinds are now 100, 300. With a big blind ante of 300.
Don't forget to check the app all day long to find out live current standings. If you go to the Poker Live app, click on Westgate Leeds, and current situation of the game shows us there's 98 playing, 75 players still in the mix. Players buying in on a regular basis. You can buy in all day long. I saw Craig Rimmer.
1700.
So Vic opening the button, 9-7 off, perfectly fine, can open so wide. Gonna take that one down.
Yes, 424 big blinds. That's what Span's got. At this stage of the game, an 85k stack is insane.
Don't forget, for all socials as well, you can find us on Facebook, Grosvenor Poker, on Twitter at Grosvenor Poker, and for all your live stream coverage. If you want to watch any of the live streams back, /GUKPT on YouTube and twitch.tv /GUKPT on Twitch. So Rich Harrison in the hijack with Queen Jack, makes it 500 to go. And Ian's going to get involved for the first time this session. 3 bets to 1.6k with the pocket nines.
Oh, a massive hand for Lucas.
Yeah, it is for Lucas, Tal, you're right. It's what's a standard fold for pretty much all players. 6 high, going to cold call the 3 bet out of the blinds.
He's never folding those.
No fear. And it's heads up to the flop.
Oh, Lucas.
Oh, wow. And Lucas is probably, even if he doesn't make his flush, I think Lucas is probably going to win this pot because we've seen he likes the bluff. So I think if he does brick eventually.
Now 1.5.
Yeah, Ian's going to be faced with some barrels. He might even raise here tower. Plays very aggressive, loose aggressive.
3.5.
But just
Raises to 3.5.
And now Ian in a tough spot with his pocket nines here, 2 overcards. We've actually got a really bad hand to call with. We've got the 9 of spades in there. We don't want to have a spade. 10-9, harder to have as well.
Yep, gives it
I
up.
like the fold. Just got a fold there. With that particular hand, I know we can see he had the best hand, but 9s have got to go into the muck. And Lucas wins it with a 6 high.
Up to 41,000. Lenny on Facebook, how you doing? Tower, how you doing? Jay, we're all good?
How you doing, Rich?
Well, I'm alright. Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, awesome. The real happy fun guy on Twitch is Lenny. There we go. Razor Kev's going to set a line. Razor Kev's going to set a line. He's set his line at 454.
Do you know what, Kev? You're going to have to remind me. I don't even know where we're at money-wise. Whether
I think you're level, are you?
I don't know.
You're level or you're up 20.
Okay.
You're not losing. Because Kev did it with his eyes shut last week.
Okay, Kev. I'm going to have the unders on that. I'll have the unders, please.
Unders.
On 454.
Yeah, I'll have the unders as well. Yeah, we'll have unders for £1 a point under.
500. You'll probably get it.
What's this thing you're doing with the Real Happy Fun guy on Twitch? Is Lenny? What are you doing? What's that about? Let us know.
They've got the buffet thing served up downstairs.
Yeah.
Let us know. He's sponsored. Well under. Yeah, you're a score up. I thought you were. We'll be 40 up on Sunday.
Yeah.
Says he on back. Big thing on back, see, card done down it.
2000.
We never got a new t-shirt, you know, after Corona. Lenny's a fish, says Yamo, you're not wrong. GUKPT Leeds. Bit of advice for anybody playing the final day in Leeds: don't go home unless you want a ladder.
Yeah.
Get a hotel room. Don't drive down the M62. You end up being 3 hours late.
Joe, we had great fun on day 1A of the mini main with Craig Dawson was on my table, and there was jokes flying about and everything. And every time out, he'd 3-bet, everyone was going 4-bet him. He folds queens. It was a really, probably one of the best day ones I've played in a long time. It was just a really good table. Really good fun it was.
500. Call 500. Call 500.
Like twins.
9, 5, 6, all diamonds. So Martin with the straight flush draw. Lucas with the best flush draw out there. Gut shot for Ian, and not much for Kelly.
2.5.
And Lucas with his 2 overs and flush draw going to bet 2.5. And Martin going to make the call here with his 7 of diamonds. Like in these situations, especially as size he's opted for near pot as a Martin, yes, we have a straight flush draw, but we have a straight flush draw in terms it's just one whole card in our hand, and when you actually look at it from that perspective, we're drawing to an 8 of diamonds or an offsuit 8, so we've actually still only got 4 outs a lot of the time against our opponent because the bigger diamonds are out there. So a lot of the time you don't want to get attached to these hands too much. Yes, we have a straight flush draw, but you think about it logically, you're still only going to have 4 outs against your opponent. I know it's nice when you make a straight flush and it's a big hand to hit, but you can't get too attached to those sort of holdings, and eventually lets that one go. Did actually have a double gut shot, I should mention, in that particular scenario. 4 would have made him a straight as well. There are spans on the old Poker Live app, I think, having a little look.
So the Nobbers must be playing Blackpool in October. Preston North End versus Blackpool, bit of a. It's like Tottenham Arsenal, just not the same level.
Better, yeah, a little bit better, yeah.
500.
At least we went through last night. So we've got Ian opening the King 6 suited, raises to 5. Martin just flattening the Ace 9 in the small. And Keller here, King 4 off. 300 to win 1.4, thinks better of it. Going to let these two battle it out.
Heads up to the flop. 994 trips again.
Yeah, and it's a flush draw for Ian, so could potentially see some chips go in this pot.
500.
5.
Comes down to how Martin's going to proceed, whether he's going to slow play. He is. Try and set the trap. 2 of hearts on the turn. And a double barrel coming in from Ian here.
You have to go stand at the
Bit of 1k. From Ian's perspective, thinking about hands Martin's meant to have here in the small blind that call this flop, it's basically going to be a lot of pocket pairs, like 3s through 8s in there, and then as well, it's basically only 9x in flush draw, so 10-9 suited, Jack-9 suited, Ace-9 suited as he got here, 9-8 suited as well, and clubs are also a big part of his range. But we do have 2 clubs in our hand as Ian, so maybe we could have potentially checked that back on the river, and on the turn, sorry, and Martin.
Yeah, we can see he's not getting paid because he's going to lead out on the river.
He's just not getting any action at all. 3.5. He's just got a really easy fold here with the King 6 of clubs.
Can't watch it. You're not allowed to watch it.
Pass he does. Halfway through level 3 of the day.
Till the break.
Good afternoon, Jim Marlowe in the chat.
Jimbo!
Oh, celebrity.
Jimbo! What?
He was on the chase the other day.
No way, missed it.
He was on the chase.
No way, I missed it. How did he do?
I think he won as well. I think they won a little bit of money.
No way, Jim, I missed it. Why did you not tell everybody? I don't suppose you know when it's on, did they tell you exactly when it's on?
I'm not sure. There you go, I won 3.5 bags.
Good lad. Who let the team down? How many questions did you get right? I bet you got 6 right. I'm going for 6. For 6,000.
He's quite switched on, Jim. He's quite switched on. Oh, he said he let the team down. There you go.
Oh.
He probably took the minus.
You bet if you would have took the minus, you can log out now.
So open to 400 under the gun. Jack 10 suited. Lucas likes these suited deuces, I'll tell you that.
The suited deuces.
10 deuce of spades in the mix. I'll tell you what, mate, I'd love a coffee, please. 1 sugar. Thank you. So back to this hand because a bit of action's going to occur because I'm not sure Lucas is folding. Oh, maybe he is. Maybe he is. He's getting annoyed about Andy sat on his left. He does get out of the way. There is a line. There is a line. And that is just not a hand we're going to be able to continue with. But what we've seen from Lucas, I thought he might have gone post.
We are on 100 players so far for day 1-8. You're buying all the way through to the end of the night. Then we've got buy-ins for day 1B. There's a turbo for day 1C, and you can buy into day 2 as well. So plenty of ways and plenty of options to get yourselves here for Leeds.
Yeah, not even at the dinner break, and surpassed 100 entries. That's without the re-entries as well.
Yep.
People flying through the door and flying out as well, I should say. People were busting quite a lot, which you don't usually see this early on in the tournament, with the structure and the stack. It's very deep. Ian here comes in for 1.3 into 2.5, smidge over half pot with the pocket jacks and a span. Good card for him, this king, makes it less likely his opponent has one.
Playing a hearts on the river.
I'd be very surprised now if we saw Ian come in for another bet, and the jacks are the best. Goes check check, that's what you expect to see after that action and that run out. And Span takes a little scratch, we'll call that, off of his 415 big blind stack.
Loving life in a minute. Level 3 of the day, you're on 80,000 chips. Thanks for coming.
People back up 80 at the end of the day and chuffed. It's a really good position to be in. Obviously we saw Lucas come with a gift wrap 20k on the river when he had the 7 deuce against him, but still had to find the call in that scenario. It was actually a lot tougher spot than it actually looked.
Don't forget to check out the Luton schedule, which will be on the app from tomorrow. But if you want to know anything regarding Luton, let me know and I will shout it out because I've been sent the details. Starting on the 6th of October with the 5-seat guaranteed £80 event. Thank you very much.
Lovely, mate. Thank you very much.
Service to a T. 6th of October, 5 seats guaranteed satellite. 7th of October, 30-30 starts, and then we finish with the seniors and the £200 no limit game on the Sunday, as well as the day 3 of the main event, Sunday the 17th of October. That's 2 events time, because next week the team are on the way to Edinburgh. PK is going to bring his guitar and start busking in Grassmarket. Get the old ukulele out. Oh, one of the best places in the world. Yeah, it's a Grassmarket.
Whereabouts is that?
The square where we normally have a wander around and a little jaunt and a sing-song in the pub. Love the Grassmarket. And then the chip shop in the right-hand corner, they do deep-fried Mars bars.
They actually do that in a chip shop in my hometown as well.
Do they?
Yeah, they do deep fried Mars bar. I don't think I've ever tried it.
I've had battered chips before. This is a strange one.
Battered chips?
Yeah. Yeah. That's a proper thing in the Midlands. Battered chips. True.
Well, this is actually the biggest hand we've seen all day. Aces haven't made an appearance yet, I don't think. So Martin finds the kings, raises to 500. Vikram, the small suited connectors, he did. Asif wants the call with the deuces. And Lucas not folding his big blind. Queen at 9-5 at the rainbow. So Martin got an easy continue here. I want to size up a smidge because we are 4-way and does. No one will call with their holdings.
Wow, it's meant to be sometimes. Could be. That dodged everything in this kid, wasn't it? Never a yellow though, is it?
You're not that good. You're not that good.
No, I'm not. Raggy this is that yellow.
Raggy didn't be too good.
Gully says battered chips.
He's got
What's the
sacked.
point in that? And
Back
just have a potato scallop.
Battered chips. What's the point when you can just get potato scallop? Yeah, it's true. But
I don't even know what that is.
They have a long, thin slice of potato. But battered scallops should have fish in the middle. That's what scallops are.
You got 8 in 3 times behind.
The battered chips is. I had them in.
You're a bad influence on it,
You got 8 in 3 times behind.
Oh, in the Midlands.
3 times.
Near Cannock.
Hey!
The fish and chip shop with battered chips.
Oh.
Cheslin here, that's the place. Near Walsall. Yes, battered chips. They did it. And it was the best selling thing that they did. Honestly.
Hello, you there, yeah? You know where you're going, yeah? Yeah, good. Just message me when what you say. Yeah, no, it's cool. Yeah, just message me when you've got him, yeah?
This time flopping
Alright.
top
That's
kicker.
fine, alright.
And going to check call. Continue from Richard. Oh, and this is a beautiful card to start lining up our 3 barrels. We really do want to go for it as Richard here. This King of Hearts on the turn. It's going to favour us a lot more than it's going to favour our opponent, and it's really nice from him. I'm surprised Martin just snap folded on the King turn, but I think we still need to call once more there. Can't just give our opponent credit for the King straight away, especially against good players. They can represent that quite often.
Yeah.
I really would like some Martin call there, see if Richard did follow through on the river. It's just one of them great triple barrel spots. When you pick up that amount of equity on the turn, and in terms of range, it's going to be so much better for you.
Yorkshire fish cake. That's what they're called. Slice of potato, slice of fish, slice of potato, battered.
What?
They're called scallops. And if you go out of the town, they're just Yorkshire fish cakes. They're called. In our days, they were just called fish cakes. You know what? See, it's all delicacies wherever you go in different parts of the world. Yeah, Gullymouth, West Yorkshire. And the Bradford and Leeds area, that's where Span's from. Getting loads of local people watching the live stream, cheering him on with his 400 bigs at this moment in time. Level 3 of the day. Heading to level 4.
That's 3 still good.
BT. Not got one of them. No. Oi, oi. Got some results from the side events that are just coming out of the next hand. We'll come back to that. Oh, Span's got the boots.
Yeah, first time.
We'll come back to that very shortly because Span's got the boots just in case something happens. If not, we'll go straight back to the results of the PLO. There's only yet some action because Rich is going to call at least with the sevens.
No, actually, it looks like he's counting out 3 band chips here, and Span's been fairly active. We've just seen him open ace-3 off. If he's fed information, he had Jack-2 suited, late position earlier. So I actually don't mind this at all from Richard. Sizing's perfect as well. I know we've run into the top end of Span's range, but this 3-bet's perfectly fine, especially against this particular opponent. It's just, I definitely can get behind it. Span comes in with the 4-bet. Makes it 6k and a snap fold from Richard with the sevens.
Indeed, indeed. Look at that.
There we are.
Just looking there. Rich Kelly with a 7.4 for the G. I still can't believe 138 entries for the Omaha. Man, just mad. Mad. Martin Sanderson, Phil Clark, Jan 1. Chris Howden, who we saw for the first time this year. Saw Chris walking in last night. And he's in the main event as well today. Rowlands, as we saw in Coventry, didn't we? We saw Rowlands, Everson's in Cov. The Pickles got himself a bit of cash.
Yeah, Ewan and Ben both 10th and 11th as well,
tell you what,
respectively.
playing everything.
Absolutely everything.
They're playing everything for the points, and Ewan McNicholas is still top of the league in the NPL. Don't forget to check details of the NPL. We'll stick that up at a later part of the stream, but Ewan McNicholas is top of the leaderboard. And Ben is second, Chris Johnson third. Keith Splash says, will there be a PLO 4x6 game in Edinburgh? No, unfortunately, because of the lateness of Edinburgh being added to the festival because of the COVID restrictions that were on in Scotland when we decided to go to Coventry. It was then decided that a satellite on the Wednesday and then the main event would be the order of the day for Edinburgh, and they've added a bounty on the Saturday night. So the bounty has been added for the Saturday night, and then it's just literally the satellite on the Wednesday and the main event. Unfortunately this year for Edinburgh, next year back on the map, back on the full festival, golf club's going up. I'm going to go away a week early to Edinburgh, I've decided.
I'll do it with you, Tower. I think we definitely need to get some golfing up there.
We'll be up in Edinburgh next year, a few days early, for the Edinburgh leg next year. But yeah, Edinburgh taking off the map, then put it back on because of the restrictions. And now, I still think, I think I'm correct. I still think you still need to wear a face mask in Edinburgh or even in Scotland. I don't know if Keith can clarify that. But when we come up next week, do we need to bring a face covering? Like that. Or will it be normal?
I don't know. What, we got comms in the mask?
I'm not too sure actually. You have to let us know. I'm sure I've read somewhere that face coverings are still needed in public spaces.
Yeah, that is true. There you are. You need a face mask walking about the casino.
You need a face mask walking around the casino. All right, okay. Better tell the guys to get them back out of the bag. And everybody needs to be aware as well, all the players. So if you're watching this on a rewind and you're thinking of going to Edinburgh, you need a face mask for walking around the casino. I am guessing because of the restrictions being different in each country, that the face masks may be provided by the casino. That's what I'd say. You're supposed to have it on at the tables, but if you're drinking, you can have it off at the table, which means most people will be drinking a lot. Just hope it's not Stella all the time.
So mine opening sevens and Vic making a loose pill on the button, but we are very deep. If he's comfortable going post flop, he knows he's going to get put out position. If he's not going to make any mistakes, he just gets involved, and that brings Ian in the big blind with the ace-9. This one checks through. I'm surprised Martin hasn't continued here. Only one card to our pocket sevens. Would have denied equity to another overcard potentially rolling off and giving one of our opponents the best hand, but opted to just check, and that's given room for Vikram to come in with the bluff on the turn and take it down.
Four Bacon Ruffles has told me that there is a live satellite on the Thursday as well, and yes there is. Nice one, thank you very much for that. Wednesday, Thursday satellites, main event day 1-8.
Oh, what we got there?
What's that?
As I was
saying, there we go, just by that, the guy just stick it on for us. Look at that, that's amazing. That is the schedule for Edinburgh, absolutely brilliant. So the main event satellite, 5 seats guaranteed on the Wednesday, 5 seats guaranteed on the Thursday, as well as the main event. Friday is the main event of the Turbo, Saturday they've added the Bounty, and Sunday is the main event where you can have a little bit of a flutter on Grosvenor Sport if you want to find out all the details. Keep tuned, because we'll be doing it again this leg as well in Leeds for the Sunday. So thanks for that. What was I? Tell you what, they just appear everywhere, don't they? They're amazing.
Hopefully this time next year we'll know it to a T, what every button does.
We'll get there, you know us.
So, middle bottom pair, I should say, for Asif, and up and down straight draw for Lucas. Lucas not opting to play as a draw aggressively this time, just flats out of position. And looks like he's coming in for leading chips on the turn. I would usually say that he's probably made a straight, but what I've seen from Lucas, he could have anything here. Yeah, he's just Lucas. As I said, he can have anything. And we got a non-believer in Asif. And is he going to fire?
Nine of hearts on the river.
King 6 of Asif is the best hand. One more barrel would have got the job done.
So the blind's up, 1-3 with a 3.
Got the river, go! Like Kung Fu. Very fast. I love it. Honestly, maybe faster than next time.
Keith says he was in there last night. They definitely do not have masks at the casino in Edinburgh. I'm sure if you make a few calls, they might get some more. Well, hopefully, when the GKPT goes up there, obviously there's going to be a few hundred people turning up during the week. But please be aware, in Edinburgh, you will need a face covering when you're walking around the casino or stand at the bar and drink copious amounts of Stella or Iron Brew. The only place we go on tour with Iron Brew's on tap.
Yeah. It's not just that, when you go to a supermarket up there, it's like, you know, like in Tesco or something, you go down an aisle, it's like, there's just an aisle dedicated to Iron Brew.
Open table 9, 6, 7. Come on, 5, yeah?
I'm going to open the King 6 suited low jack, and I see calls for the 6-5 of diamonds. Lucas looks like he's coming a lot.
Latif's in the building. Get ready to wear your earplugs.
Okay, squeeze from Martin out the big blind, bit line action there, but there's the squeeze, and going to take that one. Made it 2K, all 3 players. Get out of the way, Martin takes it with the best of it. Expand flying through the session. You can see they're probably one of the chip leaders, if not the chip leader in the room.
If you want to play the online leg of the main event, for the first time ever, Edinburgh have put on an online leg because of the travel and plenty going on with the 30-30s. So because the festival is reduced, they're playing an online leg of the main event. One person bought in so far. If you want to play, the structure is exactly the same as a GUKPT, but on a 30-minute clock. Check out details. It's in the lobby, GUKPT Edinburgh, day 1 online. 29th of September, so next Wednesday. And day 2 is live in the casino, don't forget.
So raise and take from Vikram.
In Scotland, the forbidden fruit is fruit.
I like it. Is that Penny?
Indeed. Yeah, talking of the leaderboard, there we go. Ewan McNicholas as we're looking on the leaderboard. Ben Teague, they've both got points added on because of yesterday's Omaha. Chris Johnson, Guy Taylor, Paul Rigg or Riggy in the top 5.
Yeah, I think like the top 6 there, I don't think they're going to get caught. So I think Riggy and Span are going to be battling it out for that diamond package.
Yeah.
I think pretty sure the other 4 should be locked. But then plenty to play for everyone else. You want to get in that playoff. You want to have a chance to win a platinum package when we head to the grand final. Early December.
Yeah. Yeah. I know there was maybe talk of adding packages, but until that's confirmed, we can't see any more apart from the 5 that's guaranteed right there. It's turning into a good scrap, you guys. That one?
Yep, that's the one.
Yes! Learn how to click buttons. Woohoo!
So a nice flop here for Vikram. Flop in the bottom 2. And Martin not going to be able to continue here with the ace-4. Fine to c-bet this board, but once we're raised, don't want any more doing in the hand. Just happy to let it go. And after Edinburgh, we've only got less than 4 days, and then Luton starts with a 30-30.
Yep.
Festival for the
I'm guessing you'll be playing that?
There. Yeah, I'll be flicking in.
Good lad.
And the mini as well, probably. I enjoyed the PLO so much last night, I might even play another PLO comp. But 4 legs remaining after this one. Edinburgh, Luton, Blackpool, and then the Vic for the grand final. Luton and Blackpool are 12.50 buy-in, and the grand final is a 2k. So don't forget you can satellite in for the fraction of the buy-in. Satellites running all the time on the client. There's £5 feeders into £30 tickets, £30 in 110. And there's satellites running all the time.
Yeah, tell him he's had the answer right there. He's playing in Edinburgh next Friday. Do you know how long day 1B will run for? And that's exactly correct from Ricky Kebabs. 12 to 12. A 12-hour day. Live stream runs from 12:30 to 12:30. Back from the school run. Yeah, it's been a decent table. Nice and steady, to be fair. No real dramas just yet. I know Martin Fraser and Spand have had increase in chips.
To be honest, it started off with fireworks because Lucas come out the blocks.
Well, the old 7 deuce game. We played the 7 deuce game. I think he must have had $1,000 bet or something.
Yeah, in the first 15 minutes he had 7 deuce twice, and both times he went for it. Just running it with 7 deuce, and on the second occasion he actually made 2 pair with 7 deuce on a really dry board texture. But Spand had aces up, so that was about 60k pot. That's why Spand is sitting there with the chip lead. flopping a double gut shot and span with a bottom 2. Span boats up on the turn, gets the check mark in the hand. Span, rivers, quads, and he's getting someone betting into him, and you're sat there with the quads.
I've only got quads. Just the 4-7s. I've only got them all. An active Ian always going to be betting. Any raise, and that's the end of it. Well, just jam the lot. It says we'll have some of that. It shows in the 7. Show the quads. None like span.
What a life. That's the flop. 7-7.
Oh, the old Mad Madge. How are we doing, Moira? Hope everybody's good around your end. Yeah, span just getting better and better and better. 95,000 at 300.
It's nice to have. It's a great situation to be in, especially a player of his capability to have those chips. He can really put them to use over the next few sessions. He's just got no rush now to try and get chips. He can relax, wait for his spots.
Yeah.
Just keep doing what he's doing, but we're going to have a hand here because Asif.
You shouldn't increase your V-pip, should you, just because you got a lot of chips?
No, there's no. Unless late position, he's going to probably be opening a little more, some more hands.
Yeah.
But there's no need for him to sort of change it up. Everything he's been doing has been good, but it just gives him that sort of comfort blanket. Whenever he does get involved in a big flip or something, he can lose it and still have a healthy stack. But what is going on here? Because I'm just picking up this, and somehow we've got a.
Oh, the
he
5
finds the
flops.
5 as well. Somehow we've got a 4-bet pot, and ace-5 off is involved. And Rich going to check over to Asif here, who has called a pair. Goes check, check. 3 on the turn. Does bring some chop outs for the ace-king of Richard, who just wants to get to showdown here. And if I'm Asif here, I'm probably going to come in for a third pot bet here with our 5. It can be the best hand, and it's a 4 on the end. Don't expect 10s or 9s to really 4-bet here out of position, so a lot of the time Richard's hand looks like what it is, and Asif goes 17k into 18k into 13k here as value. I guess this is value. I guess he's trying to make it look like a bluff because Richard's hand's pretty face up, and maybe he's trying to make it look like we're trying to get you to fold ace-king because we can't beat ace-king, but he's gone the level above and actually has a 5 in this spot, which is the best hand. And Richard here in a little bit of a predicament here of ace-king. This isn't the nicest of spots to be in. But what's got to go through Richard's head is, what hand does Asif play this way? Like, if he's got queens or a slow played monster, I know we block aces and kings, he probably does check flop, he's definitely going to be betting them on the turn. Jack X isn't going to check twice. So, what is it, ace-4 suited? Is that it? And ace-4 of hearts isn't a thing? Having the ace of hearts in our hand could be a bad thing, because ace-4 of diamonds the only combination of ace-4 suited, but I doubt Richard will be giving Asif offsuit ace-X like he has here in a 4-bet pot. So that's why he's tanking about this. If he realises that I see he's going to have all these garbage hands like ace 5 off, ace 4 off, ace 3 off that can call his 4-bet, then he would lean more towards fold, but he doesn't know that, he's not aware of that, and he's in a bit of a dicey situation here, but does come to the correct decision. But that's some pretty good value jam there from a Steve, and he was thinking on that level, trying to make it look like we're trying to get ace king out of there, because you can actually beat ace king, your opponent might think it's a bluff.
Oh, we're having a wander around the room. Albert's back in, Riggy's back in. Come on, Albert.
Come on, Albert.
Come on, Albert. Come on, Albert. Hey, he didn't even come and say hello. He didn't. What's that all about? Part of our team's supposed to be. Not even said hello to us. Jim Nixon. From the words that break.
There's Chris on his second bullet.
Yeah.
Sat next to other Chris. Chris
Johnson. Chris Johnson's back in as well. Sat at the side. Third in the national post league. There's the mid-level leader of the NPL at this moment in time.
Ewan McNicholas crashed out of PLO yesterday.
Yes. Playing a lot this year.
Have anything to do with them online?
Riggy also on a second bullet.
Yes. David Doherty sat to his left. Just out and behind him. There we go. Straight in. Thanks for watching. Oh, I bit my shoulder. Indeed, indeed. Back to the table.
And, Kellett's got kings, but no action.
Kellett's got kings. Kellett's got kings. Was drinking with Riggy till about 6 in the morning. What a laugh. I'll tell you why, he's a funny guy over Riggy. He's got some great one-liners. He's got some great... I bet he came out with, quiet please, there's a 1-1 game over here. He loves that one.
4 raised to 700, 5
Rich with ace 10.
This man coming along, 6-5 suited on the button. Lovely hand with position. And Martin's in. Kellett gets out of the way in the big blind. So 3 to the flop. 9-7-3, 2 clubs, and this is a monster flop for Span. He is running hot. Flops the absolute well here. Double gutter, flush draw, straight flush draw.
Are you surprised?
Does he want anything else? Nearly up to 100k. And obviously he has to bet it. We've got 6 high, but we've got heaps of equity. Fires and both opponents quickly fold.
Couple of eliminations from the outer tables. Musa Hale, Turgai Baghdadi, David Greenoff, Kwok Lun Law, John Hughes, Gary Whitehead, and Barry Grime. They've been eliminated, as well as Matt Godwin, Andy Salami, David Johnson, and Maz Bacon.
And Maz already had 2 bullets, going to be firing for a 3rd time, I'm assuming.
Wowzers. So we'll keep you on that, keep you informed with how many players are playing. 106 so far at this moment in time, with 70 players left. But Maz Bacon, last one eliminated from the outer tables. Yeah, he used to do a lot of teaching. He used to do a lot of coaching, did Riggy? A lot of coaching online. He's a top man. He's a good laugh, and if you want to see him for the entirety of Blackpool, he's normally the first in, the last out.
So Kelly opting to rebet the Jack 10 of diamonds and gets Martin to fold the best of it. So nice little pick up from Kelly there. Uncontested, got 2 better hands to fold.
What was buying for this event, says Gio on YouTube, with £750 main event. 750. Lions currently standing at 1-3 with a 3. Collected so far £85,360. 106 so far.
See who wants to be opening this one. Raises to 700. Queen 10 suited and Martin in the card field. Ace King. Going to be 3-betting this almost always. May incorporate a flat, very small frequency, but more often than not you want to start building the pot with the Ace King and Kellett with Ace Jack suited here, and against Martin, Rich knows this is an easy fold. Martin's not going to have like Ace 10 here, unless he wants to call and go post, but he's going to call and go post. I just don't see Martin 3-betting that much. I don't think Martin's the type of player that's going to have 3-bets with Ace 10 in there, or King Queen. Like, from Kellett's perspective, like, I hope he's got hands like 10s or 9s perhaps, we've got 2 overs, but does have position. Did have a player to worry about as well behind us, the original opener.
Queen Jack 3 flop, Rainbow.
That does actually outflop Martin, but Asif outflops both players, flopping top pair. Wow, Asif's coming for a donk on it in a 3-bet pot. Bet at 2.5. Should be checking this one over, but opts to donk, and probably going to get called in at least one spot. Martin with 2 overs, Broadway draw, just under 4-1 on his money. Good count the stack. There's the call from Martin and Kellett here with Ace Jack. Actually drawing very thin against hands like Ace Queen that Martin cannot in this spot, but just lets it go. And I'm surprised to see the donk from Asif here, especially in a 3-bet pot where yes we have flop top pair, but he's still up against a range of hands like aces, kings, ace queen, all in there for Martin, pocket jacks as well. Asif now comes in for a check, try and potentially trap Martin in his drawing dead. I will not want to see the 10 on the river. That would be a very, very bad card, but it's an 8, so he's not going to lose any more money in this pot. Asif now got what should be an easy value bet for him. And on the sieve, I don't want to be going too big here. Just trying to pull by 2 to a hand. In this case, can't do much else but fold as Martin with the ace king. Foldy, foldy, foldy.
So the buy-in's 750. The next event is also 750 in Edinburgh. Let's check the Edinburgh schedule, young man. Stick it on.
Oh, it's changed. It's changed.
Done it. You've done it in.
There's the National League. There we are.
Press button.
Yeah, the Edinburgh, please, PK. Thank you. We'll be back. We'll be back with that. give us 2 seconds. There we are. Look at that. Look at that for service.
Love it.
So, yeah, on Wednesday, that's when the satellite starts. Festival starts. £80 buy-in for that one. Essentially get in for cheap. And then main event, day 1A on the Thursday. There's a satellite that evening as well. And then on Friday, we have the main day 1B, and then the turbo in the evening, which starts at 9 o'clock. That's shortened clock, 20 minutes. That one should finish up around the same time as day 1B. And then on Saturday, day 2, obviously for the main, that is the only side event for the whole festival.
I like that they've added a side event.
Yeah, it's good.
If you bust out and you want to stay out and you want to play another game, I love that they've added the bounty.
Yeah, and then day 3, obviously, when we crown a winner. But we will be there next week, a week today. Me and Tower will be covering Edinburgh, but we are concentrating on Leeds for the duration of the weekend, all the way through till Sunday.
Indeed. So bang halfway through the level. We're having a short hour break. Yeah, just been confirmed that it is the dinner break, the lunch break for the players. 60-minute break at the end of this level, which is in 30 minutes for us. So won't charge very quickly, this one, was it? Rubbish. Come on, the Strand. He doesn't need much coming on. He's on 100,000.
Yeah.
He's on 100,000.
He's got a wall of chips in front of him.
He's got 100. He's got 80 bigs for day 2. Currently.
Rich pays it off as ace high.
So,
non-believer.
Go on, Tower.
Unforeseen circumstances, you have to leave right now.
Yeah.
With 100,000.
Yeah.
What do you think you're going to bag up end at night? 90?
No, less than that. Less than that. We could figure it out. We figure it out.
I can't figure it out. That's why I asked the question.
We're going to play about 25 hands an hour. So we're going to 3 orbits, let's say, flush your big. So at this level, I reckon we could still come back with between 65, 75k.
Wow. At this stage of the game in level 4 is just amazing.
Maybe even more actually, because the structure's different in this to the 30-30. So it's the last is 400, 800. So he's going to do 2k, 3 orbits. Going to do 6k from his stack there.
No, 612.
Oh, 6. No,
that's a start tomorrow.
So 5-1. Okay, 5-1. So yeah, 25, 7.5k there, 6k the level before, 13.5k. Yeah, I'd say about right. So about 65k. There was someone that didn't turn up for day 2 of the 30-30, and they were still in on the bubble, and everyone was waiting for them to bust.
Wow.
Yeah. Someone that didn't turn up for.
So was everybody folding on every table?
Everyone, and then eventually
until he got round to the. Oh, that's awful. Yeah. That's awful. Poor lad. Poor lad. What happens if you had to not be there for something? I know it's hard, but surely the player should just play on as normal. If the player plays on as normal, the guy cashes. And I know, but it's a bit like collusion. Every table on the not playing a hand. Do you not think if one of the chip leaders would have took hold and thought, well, if you're all folding, I'm sure raise it?
Yeah, it might have been that, but the thing is, the chip leader, if they're taking hold, they can't bust, and everyone else is folding still. They're like, they don't care. They know this guy's going to be out in X amount of time. At the end of the day, it's £800 for a min cash tower in the 30-30. It's
Amazing. Well, it happens. It happens.
Contract.
So another flop trips turns into a full house with the old 7 deuce. Where's Lucas when you want him? Where is he? He ain't got the deuce this time. He ain't got the 7 deuce again. Amazing. Rich is coming in for a bet. He's not getting called with king high. This time I've got the deuce.
It's down there, is it?
Oh, was it really, Jelly?
Oh, that's a shame.
Do we know why she couldn't turn up for day 2? And that she's all okay now? All them lads waiting for her, she's not even there to all her chips to dwindle down when she's not sat there. She must have had a pretty big stack actually to get that far as well. Blinding out all day for at least 4 hours until you get to the bubble. Well, 3.5 I'd probably say. Under 30. So Ian moves all in with the king, queen suited, and Asif, bit of a reckless open, cut off, 6 deuce off, especially into Span's big blind as well. But as I mentioned, if you've got certain players in the blinds that aren't going to defend wide enough or aren't going to free bet correctly, then you can start loosening up and opening a bit wider. But when trash hand 6 deuce off, it's just always going to hit the muck, unless you've got some exploit reason why you're opening it. But you should just always be hitting the muck, that one. Nice little pick up from Ian with the king queen. Still afloat with just under 20 bigs.
Ricky Kavaz played in Newcastle 30-30, turning a satellite ticket into £1,150. 10th. Well done. Well done indeed. Kelly, 7-8 suited under the gun. Span calls in the small blind, ace-5 suited. Ian's in as well with the pocket fours. Ace-Jack 3, rainbow. We're going to be betting this board almost always. We've got 8 higher with the under the gun opener. We've got hands in this situation, so we want to be continuing. Also got some plausible backdoors. I think the only real double barrels though we'll see from Rich are the spades on the turn. I don't think he's going to be double barreling on just brick turn cards when he don't pick up equity. Especially thinking about Span's range in the small blind. He's going to have suited ace-x. He's going to have hands like king jack suited, queen jack suited, jack 10 suited. They're all in there. So I think this is just white flag for Rich here. Wave it, baby.
Yeah, and the thing is, Tower, we can't rep a jack here as Rich a lot of the time because most of our jack X, if we open king jack or queen jack here under the gun, we're going to check back the flop a lot of the time. So it's very hard for us to rep a jack. That jack's a lot better for Span than it is for us. And the 2 of clubs on the river. if we're span, I still like to see a check from him. Yes, we do have an ace, but Rich, we need to be aware he's going to check back his ace king, ace queen, ace 10 type holdings on that particular turn card for the reasons we just spoke about. We have all the jack X in the small blind after Rich bets the flop and we call. And that's exactly what I expected to see. There's just no need to run a bluff in that particular scenario, which shows in the second eight of spades.
Big shout out to Shazza. Shazza Phelps watching in Cardiff, all around there, around the old Cardiff area. Hope you're well, Shazza. Watching the live stream. Put the picture on myself. She went, flipping heck, you've lost weight. So have you done that? Zip me mouth shut. Hope you're well, Shaz.
One way to do it.
Hope you're well. Thank you very much. Hope you're well. Keep watching next 4 days, and we're back next week because it's Edinburgh. We're on our way to Edinburgh. We'd like to go to Cardiff again, but for some reason we've always been quiet in Cardiff. So we do continue for around about 20 minutes and then a 60-minute dinner break. Who are they?
Oh, they just really speed. Yeah. No, sure, yeah. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, they don't mind if it gets speed gambling, at least they're playing for a few hours, haven't they?
King 10 on a 7-4-4 board. Kelly flops 2 pair.
So I guess you're talking about the smaller ones, like the big festivals maybe not so much. Yeah. These shops are great. Yeah. 3 days fine for all kids. The sides are pretty good for the most part.
So around about 20 minutes to go, we've got Rich Kelly involved in a hand at this moment in time.
Well, gee, you've got ahead of the game. Monopoly almost, don't you? No one else is doing it. Yeah, get huge numbers every day.
So 3.5 to flop.
Oh, is it that different things?
3.5 to call for Mr. K. As the turn brings the flush draw for Rich. And Mr. Kelly gets out of the way. So just over 15 minutes to go till the end of this session. 106 in at the moment. Collected is £86,000, just over. Yeah. No one mentioned it to the tables at first until we were on the stone cold bubble and the people started looking around at the stacks and the clocks. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame that every table, really every single table is passing every hand until it gets round to the non-shower. So we're blind away. But money's money, I suppose, and that's what we're in the game for, making a bit of money. So it's just one of those things, I suppose. It does happen. for every table to do it. Ah well. Ace 7-4, the next flop. Martin Frey, former champion of a GUKPT, Coventry, 2012. That was the last time I went to Coventry before. 2 weeks ago. For the GUKPT. Martin checks it down, hits the ace on the flop. So just under 100,000 for Andy back. Spanned 42 on the feature in seat number 1.
I'm going to get my own contractors.
Looks like we could be getting Chris Maguire, Jamie Nixon, Albert Sapiano and Chris Johnson on the next feature table, if that's the one that they're deciding to put onto our feature table. Wowzers, Weezers. Albert, Jamie Nixon, Chris Maguire and Chris Johnson. Yes, thank you very much. So after Barry Grime went out, Matt Godwin, Andy Salami, David Johnson, Maz Bako, Dan Carter went out. Jessica Pilkington went out. Gary Stephen Smith, who we saw in our feature, he's gone. And Raggy, say the luck's run out. Raggy's gone. But I'm sure he'll be back.
Hell of a lot of people.
Like, I'm pretty convinced he'll be back. So Raggy.
I don't That's next Tuesday.
5 raised to 2.5k.
11 o'clock in the morning. So to get to London that early. Oh, that's easy. Yeah, that's really good. That's really good.
Yeah, some big names there, Chiesa. Some big names on the local circuit.
I think everybody's got it away. I know, for hours and hours.
Okay, it says gym session will wait until after the table. Well, why don't you? You can always do the gym session and watch the live stream on your phone with your headphones in. Jumping around. So Vic flops 2 pair, Shake raises the flop, and now just bombs. There won't be a call coming in. Wow, Rich Keller does call. Whoa, wow. Rich Keller does call with the King 4. Vic flops 2 pair. Shake raises a flop. Bombs the river. And Rich taps the table. Rich Kelly will be re-entering after the dinner break, I'm sure. Yeah, it is. It is a lot easier on the laptop, that is for sure. But as you know, we are available on all devices. Katie's not going to gym because next table's got Jamie Nixon on it and Albert Sapiano.
Yeah, it looks like a good mixed table. Chris Maguire as well.
Yes. Indeedy, indeedy.
10 minutes before the dinner break. Lucas opens 8.5x with 7 deuce, but limps the aces. And he's got some bait as well because he's coming straight in for the old limp raise here. I speak about this play a lot, and when I see it, just players in live poker, especially at this stake, they're just so unbalanced, and it's always what it is. It's aces, kings, or ace king. Sometimes they might do it with a hand like ace queen, but it's just super unbalanced from the population of players that play these type of tournaments, and against good opponents, they'll know exactly where they're at in these spots. In this situation, Span, because of how deep they are with the pocket sevens, you should be pretty confident that Asif isn't going to be back raising behind him coming in for the 4-bet. So with position on these two opponents and the pair, Lucas's hand's pretty face up. I'm definitely going to be calling here in position, but it looks like he's going to fold. Obviously, implied odds are there, probably aware that he's behind to the hand that he's up against. A very disciplined laydown, but even if we are behind, I don't want to call there, try and flop a 7 and potentially take all of Lucas's chips, because I don't think Lucas is the type of player that would be folding aces or kings if they're an overpair.
Ah, yes, you're right, Katie. You've got an hour. Straight after this level, we've got a 60-minute dinner break, so then you can fit your gym in. Get jumping around and we'll see you at 5:45. Indeedy, indeedy. So slowly winding down to the dinner break in 8 minutes and 10 seconds.
Lucas finds a back-to-back aces.
You can't improve. 10-10 queen.
Back-to-back aces. You just do not see it very often.
Check. Check.
Seven on the turn. Once it's checked through, if we're Lucas now, we want to be firing, trying to get some value from potentially some Queen X out there. Obviously charged with draws. See if with his up and down, not going to go anywhere. All the aces are dead, so we'll need to catch a 9. Ooh, nearly was. 8 of clubs on the end.
You nearly shouted it in. Did you see Chris Johnson's name on that list as well for the next table?
Oh, no, I didn't. I didn't. I'm feeling though, back-to-back aces, it really doesn't happen that often.
Good job. We'll come back from the dinner break. We'll be in table 3. Okay? Right. Thank you. Tip 3.
7-8 suited. Opens under the gun. Where's Kellett gone?
He's just been eliminated.
Ah.
He had he had King 4 on a 10-4-7 flop, and we flopped 2 pair. And Kellett made the call on the river on the turn. It was a jam. He thought about it. He said, "Well, I don't think you've got any of this." It turned on a 2 pair.
Bet 700. Raise.
Hi, Budgie. I'm glad we're back. We are definitely back, and we're back next week as well, because next week's Edinburgh.
And 2 weeks after that, we're in Luton.
And then 2 weeks after that, we're
the
in
next
Luton.
3 out of 4 weekends.
And then week
we
after
will
that,
be here.
we're in Dublin. Oi, oi! Oi, oi! The team are back in Dublin for the IPO. Boobies sorted it.
Is it easy to get over there, Tower?
Swim. Yeah, I've got to swim. I've got to put the back. Ferry across, you need to be vaccinated and proof of vaccinations, and you're allowed into the fair city. The IPO is back on. We will be there. We cannot wait. We were just getting into quite a few events in Dublin when the pandemic struck. A good rapport with Nick O'Hara and all the team, Glenn Doyle and all them, when we go over there. So we can't wait to get back. So we're on to the IPO. A lot of players from the UK used to play the IPO on a regular basis. Every year they turn down in force.
Raise 800. Fold, fold, fold. Fold. Again. Fold.
So last couple of hands until the end of this sesh, and then a 60-minute dinner break for the lads to enjoy.
Bet 1,000. Fold.
No. So a couple of minutes to go. So Katie's off for a jumping around session. She's going to do a gym session during the dinner break. Then she'll be back to watch the next table, which includes Chris Maguire, Chris Johnson, Jamie Nixon, and Albert Sapiano.
That's going to be fun.
Is it 5:45 yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Joker's Wild has already been confirmed for next year. It's the only event that's been confirmed for next year. No dates, no time. The Joker's Wild is definitely on with the Goliath. No other schedule is going to be released until January at the earliest. This could be the last hand of the session, actually. Looking at the clock, it's in red, which is less than 2 minutes to go. Queen 6-5.
Yeah, one more in.
Oh, they didn't look it down and look at the clock then, did they? They didn't do it. Last hand before the sesh ends, and then we're back at 5:45.
Yeah, you won't want to miss the next session, guys. We are going to be an hour because of the dinner break, but make sure you come back because I think it's going to be a fun one. The names on the table, 3 very notable players, and then Albert thrown in the mix as well. Definitely going to be looking forward to it.
There on it. So last time before this session, we've got kings. We got kings, baby.
It's going to be an all-round call because Ian shot with his king 9, and if we span here, I'd like to see him just flat. You need to incorporate like these flats in, because like when we've got a hand here like ace 10 or something, which we have to call as well, versus his 10 big blind sharp, we need to have some of these strong hands in as well, and aces and kings are just perfect to do it with, so it just protects you a little bit as well. People are aware you have these hands in them, they're not going to like rip ace jack, ace queen all the time behind you or go mad with a pair. So glad to see spam flat there. So last hand of the session.
That is it. We'll flop time. Here we go. Ian needs help. That's none of it.
He needs
We've got running outs.
Running nines or running chop outs.
Any fours about?
Oh! Now, no, you saw a 6.
Any sixes about?
To chop it up.
No.
So we're going to lose one last hand of the session, and we're going to be on an hour dinner break, guys. We will be back at 5:45. We will see you all.
See you then.
So yeah, I've known those really well for over 10 years now, and that's sort of my first exposure to the poker circuit.
You went to Gala at Leo's.
So Gala
second for 1,200.
Right, yeah, I remember it. It was a Gala at the Liverpool.
That's right, yeah.
It was like a Sunday evening, the last tournament of the Gala Poker Talk. Yeah,
that's right.
I remember it
well. February 2009, you had another big score on full tilt. You must have liked full tilt at the time. The Sunday Brawl.
It was by far.
Third for 40,000.
Yeah, the Sunday Brawl, I think that one was.
That's right.
Yeah, it was by far the best, in my opinion, and I think a lot of people would probably say the same. It's by far the best poker site ever. Just in terms, like, people just used to go on to rail the cash games. Like, you didn't need, a lot of people were just on there not even playing. You had all Phil Ivey and Tom Dwan sat, and Gus Hansen and Patrick Antonius sat with all the big money in the cash games, and it was just yeah, for me, like it was the greatest poker site ever, and I just really liked playing that on there. Yeah.
Yeah, you scored for 40,000, but the following month you played an EPT. Is that what you bankrolled yourself into the EPT with?
No, the EPT was a funny one actually. I was playing on PokerStars, so this the following month, yeah. So as soon as I got the 40,000 score, I withdrew a little bit from Full Tilt and put a bit on PokerStars, and I ended up qualifying through the step system. So I bought into the $82 step. And this was a sit and go, so the top two got you into the next round. And yeah, I bought into the $82 step and got into the 215 and the 630 and the 2,100. And anyway, I'm then in the 2,100 playing for an EPT Dortmund package, and I get heads up with the little Italian guy. Do you remember Dario Minieri?
Oh yes, I do. I know the name.
Yeah, I was heads up with Dario Minieri, and I think I ended up trapping him, and he made a big bluff, and then I called it off, and yeah, I was super excited about that one. I managed to get the €5,300 buy-in, and I got the Hilton hotel free and some money for flights. So I told my friend we're off to Dortmund in Germany.
667 runners there were, and you were chip leader with 70 left.
Yeah.
Was you nervous? Was you excited?
It was a crazy experience. Day one, I just sort of was playing pretty tight and didn't wait. I couldn't really get many spots day one. I was finding it quite tough. And then in the last level, I got a big double up with nines against fours and bagged a moderate stack for day two. And then day two was just an absolute whirlwind. I sort of I think I had an interview with Poker Stars actually at the start of day two, and then I've got on this table, and I'm just running absolutely berserk, like, but I'm sort of painting a picture that I'm this really tight kid who's just like satellite in for this really big tournament. Like every time I sort of make a crazy move, I'll show a card that perhaps makes it look like that I had a strong hand or something. And they were all buying into it, and I was just going, I was literally just putting the foot down, putting the foot down, putting the foot down, and then I'd even find a situation where I'd like flop a set or something in a massive pot, and I remember it was because it was so early on in my poker career, but I just, the amount of physical chips I had in front of me at one point, they had to stop the floor people had to stop it and come up and colour them up. So yeah, that was crazy.
Was it true you had aces 3 times in a row?
I think I might have had them twice in a row. Instead, I had them 3 times in a row.
Tell the bloggers anything.
Yeah, I mean, I was really trying to exploit my image because I had a table that I could run over, and I wanted to sort of paint the picture that I was this young kid who'd qualified, who really wasn't really looking to put much pressure on, and then sort of do the opposite, because when my style online at that time was just going absolutely ballistic and trying to run people over. So I felt that the best way to sort of be able to do that was to paint a picture that I was doing the opposite.
15th for 20,000. Annoyed? Happy?
Well, so yeah, the TV cameras came in for day 3 or day 4. I think it was day 3, with 24 left. So that was really strange. I had to sort of like walk up to the camera at the start of the day and hold a card and flash it. And then there's a guy actually I know quite well now called, I think he's called Johan Storikers. He's a Swedish guy, and there's it was €1 million almost for first place, and there's 16 left. But I wouldn't say I was nervous. I was quite enjoying it really. And then I just found a pair of queens, and Johan found a pair of kings, and it was a bit. Maybe a little bit of inexperience, but like the thought of folding never crossed my mind. So it was just one of those things, and just narrowly missed out on the final table. But it certainly gave me a thirst to play more.
Can you remember who won it? Yeah,
it was Sandra Noyox, because she actually knocked me out. So yeah, I do remember.
You'll never forget that one. But 2 weeks later, you got your first Hendon Mob win, and it's still there. The first win at the side of Rich Kelly's name. £200 side event in the GUKPT London.
Oh yeah, it was a £200 rebuy as well, I think. So it was pretty big.
Yeah, they got 26,000 for the win. The final table included James Aikenhead and the late great Dave Colclough. What were it like playing with those kind of guys?
Oh wow, yeah, like that was just amazing for me, because obviously the thing is, when I was sort of 18 and I was really enthused about poker, so I was playing every day online, and I'd even go in WH Smith's and buy all the magazines, and so like to be in WH Smith reading these magazines, trying to suck up all this information, and see these people in the magazines to go into playing with them at the table the year after was just it was really sort of it was mad.
Yeah, and after the GUKPT win in 2009 was such a good year for yourself, because in August you got the biggest online score. You're on F-Tops. Event number 20, 2,438 runners. You got 96,000. And a jersey.
Wow, that was incredible. I was my friend stayed up all night with me. The guy my friend who lived 2 doors down from me, who taught me how to play poker, actually, he stayed up with me all night, and that one went on until about 7 a.m. And actually, back on Full Tilt, they used to have another really cool feature. Any of their red pros If you knock them out, you got the buy-in for the tournament back, and you got a T-shirt that said "I knocked out Full Tilt Pro," and with about 3 or 4 tables left, I knocked out Alan Cunningham.
Oh yeah.
Really, really famous American pro at the time. So I knocked him out. I got the $215 back for my tournament entry, and the full tilt T-shirts. I used to have quite a big collection of them, as you can imagine. I imagine Mormon's probably got garages somewhere filled with them.
You got a jersey for winning the F-Tops as well. Can you remember what you did with it?
I think I ended up selling it for about $300 or something.
Somebody's walking around and they've not played F-Tops at all, but they've got the jersey.
Yeah, it was like a big, like I was a very, very, I was very, very slight build back then. It was a big American gold football thing. Yeah, it didn't look good on me.
But he just carried on. 2009 was fantastic because you run deep in the World Series Poker Europe, which was down in London at the time, in the 1K, finishing 28th out of 608 entries. Yes, it was only for 3,000, but that kind of field down in London must have been a bit exciting.
Funny story about that one actually. So is that the 1K event that JP Kelly won?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, yes, it was. Yes, it was.
Yeah. So me and JP Kelly were JP Kelly was first in chips overnight going into day 2, and I was second in chips overnight going into day 2. And I think I'd played on the Friday, and day 2 was on the Sunday. That Sunday was the Sunday that Michael Owen scored that goal against Man City. So yeah, but on the Saturday, interestingly enough, I actually had my biggest ever cash game winning session ever. I was playing in the Vic in London, and I ended up buying in for about 5,000. And then, like at the when it got to something like 6 a.m., I was playing Bamboss heads up. If you know Bamboss, he was an absolute legend in the Vic. I absolutely loved him. But if he was on tilt or something, he would just play crazy, and he'd always like to go to the cashier, and he'd say more chips please, and he'd get a big stack of the 5K chips. So no matter how many chips you have, he'd just come back and plonk 150K on the table. So yeah, I was up to about, I must have been up to about 65,000. So I was winning £60,000 in this cash game, and like that at the time for me was just like absolutely insane. It was like fairy tale stuff, really. And then I ended up and Bamboss was straddling every hand for me. So like we were playing heads up, and if I didn't want to put the straddle on, he was like, "Okay, Richard, I put it on for you." So like he was just trying to make pots enormous and things, and I was like, I'm in for £5,000. Do I really want to play 120,000 pot here? And it was getting 6:30 a.m. So I had this big day 2 at midday, and then I think Sam Trickett said to me the next day, he said, like, what have you done? Like, why would you ever leave in that spot? That's the best spot you're ever going to get in a cash game. And I was just like, yeah, I had a day 2, and then I was excited for that day 2.
At one point, you sat next to Chris Ferguson.
Yeah, Jesus was on my
left. What's that like, knowing he's won the World Series?
Well, yeah, he's quite an imposing character to be honest. I think I ended up playing one pot with him blind versus blind. See, this is crazy because like I can even like this is probably one of my most mad poker skills. Like I can remember the exact hand that I played against him like 10 years ago. I had ace 10 in the small blind, just one hand, and he had king 9 in the big blind, and I just remember how I played out, and I lost that to him, and I thought, yeah, I don't really want to get into another pot against him.
He just wanders around, doesn't he, all nice and quiet, but must be so intimidating at the tables.
Yeah, I felt intimidated in that pot, to be honest. Yeah, and I think I got a little bit of a lesson taught in that one.
Did you play the World Series main event at all in Europe? The one down in London?
I did play that. I'm trying to think. But to be honest with you, that tournament back then, it was an absolute marathon, and like the structure was unbelievable, and I was just sort of one of those kids who was trying to win it on day one, and my game was not suited to playing that, and I ended up just frittering my chips away, if I remember rightly, in that one. I think I did. I think I got an okay. I think I got like sort of an okay start and middle of the day, but I busted towards the end of day one. But yeah, I was not pacing myself very well in those sort of events at that time, for sure.
I remember when I was down there doing the interviews and stuff like that. The quite a few of the Americans that came over were saying it's the best assembled field they'd ever played.
Oh yeah, it was insane. The household names, like obviously I was 19 years old, and I was starstruck because so basically, actually, before I played the main event, I played the 2500 round of each Omaha and Holden one. And I had Helmuth on one of my tables. I had Barry Greenstein on one of my tables, and I was sat next to Doyle Brunson on one of my tables. So I was just like, wow. And then when I got in the main event, I had a couple of good players on my table. I had Mike the Mouth Mattisau on the feature table behind, and Negrano on the table there. So they were shouting over to each other. And like, if I thought I hadn't seen it all, like towards the end of the day, I looked over at Negrano's table, and Phil Ivey was sat there.
they're just fantastic fields. So every credit for trying to play in one of them events. We're just skipping forward to November 2013. You made your first GUKPT main event final table, and you finished 6th in the grand final for just short of 26,000.
Yeah.
It was a long tournament. It was the one that Kev Allen went on to win for 150k.
Yeah.
Do you know much about it?
So yeah, we just played in Blackpool the week or two before, and my friend Mike, who I used to travel around with, Mike Thomas Ziggy, he'd got a result. He'd come second in the £300 side event, so he'd won a seat, because back in those days in 2013, if you won a side event anywhere in the country preceding the grand final, you would automatically get a seat into the main event. So Mike had won that, and I'd done well on the cash games in Blackpool, so we thought, right, we'll go to the grand final for the first time, I think. And we went down there, and on I think it was the Wednesday, Mike ended up winning the £250 six max. So yeah, I don't know if he got another seat into the grand final for that. Maybe you were capped at one. And I still didn't have my seat. But then on the Thursday, I played the £250 Omaha event, and I won that. I won that event outright. So I ended up getting the seat for the main event. And yeah, the main event was crazy. It was weird, the main event, actually, because I was on the same when I bought into the main event on that. I was on the same seat number and table number as my birthday. And I always thought it was always just a bit. I was always just a bit like superstitious about that. But actually, on my table towards the end of day one I had Mustafa Kanit, 2 to my right, who I didn't know who he was at the time, but I just remember him completely outplaying me in one hand and thinking, who the hell is this guy? But he wasn't well known, Mustafa, at this time. This 2013, he would have sort of been still struggling to get like a big result. 2 to my left, I had Bryn Kenny.
Yeah, it gets easier then.
Yeah, so these guys were. I ended up winning a big pot with Bryn, where I had ace king and he had queens, and I ended up getting 2 big streets of value on a king board. But yeah, I just sort of survived day one. I think I ended up bagging about 90,000. And day 2, I was yeah, day 2 was insane. I think probably up until recently, or like I think it's my favorite ever day of poker. Like it was just insane. Like I ran 90,000 chips up on day 2 of a GUKPT into 1.58 million or something, and it was just absolutely insane. Like I was just going and going and going and going, and yeah, everything was coming off.
Awesome. Must have been a great final as well. Obviously, Kev Allen won it. One of the nice guys on there around the tables.
Oh, yeah. Kev's a great guy. I love seeing him at every start.
And March 2014, we make another final table, this time in Manchester. 192 entries. You finished 4th to 15,000. But first 3, Simon Dedman, Steve Warburton and Rhys Jones. What a final 4 to start with. But as soon as you bust, they just decided to chop it up.
Yeah, I think that there was even, I think Carl Marenholtz and a couple of other good players were on that final table as well. Like pound for pound at the time, it was the most insane GUKPT final table ever. Yeah, that was an incredible one. Simon Dedman was someone that I was really watching at this time as well. I really admired him, and I think in my opinion he's the most complete GUKPT player, the best GUKPT player ever, just because well, yeah, I mean his record would be right up there, and he I just used to watch him and learn a lot from him, and his attention to detail and stuff was really good for me to sort of use him. Like he used to know what I was thinking before I was thinking it as well. Like I'd make a big bluff or something and I'd go to mock my cards and I could see him looking out of his corner of his eye and he'd have a little smile on his face and he'd go, you were bluffing there, weren't you, Richie? And he just knew every single time. He just knew, and I'd have to fake it sometimes and say, no, actually, I had that one time, like, because otherwise he'd just be able to read me. Like his focus was absolutely in a different league to anybody else's.
Well, the following week, the form just continued because you went to Sheffield, played in the GPS, 400 entries, second. And this time you chopped it with James Parker and the one and only Mr. Ali Malou.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
what's it like playing against the Malou?
Oh, well, this final table was really difficult to navigate because Ali Malou was on my left, I believe, and he had all the chips. So anytime I'd raise a strong hand, like ace 10 suited or something, you just go, oh, I'm all in. Like I couldn't do anything, and it was horrible. And I think the stacks. I think the stacks when we got to 300 to 3 left were something like Ali had 8 million, I had 1.3 million, and the other guy had 700,000. But it was getting late for Ali, and he was just like, yeah, I'll take this. I'm gonna get off home now. But special mention for Ali. He back in the day in the GUKPTs when I used to first following them around. Like no matter where the festival was, he always used to win an event, and it would always be like he'd take first, and the rest of the final table would chop. It was remarkable.
the only person I've ever heard who took more than first place prize money, and the rest chopped it apparently.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. He used to have everybody strangled.
In 2014, it just continues for you. In May, you booked your best score so far in the UKIPT High Roller. It was a 3,000 entry, and you chopped it with Dave Shallow for 68,000. Did you play for the trophy, or did you just chop it then?
No, well, the final table, yeah, me and Dave ended up with all the chips heads up. And I'd never played with Dave before. I think I'd played with him a little bit online. But yeah, he had slightly more chips. And I just said, yeah, let's chop it, and you can take the trophy because you had slightly more chips, and we ended up getting an even chop. So it was a pretty good deal for me on him, I guess.
Yeah, we've been a 3K entry. There were only 101 runners. Was it yet again one of these events was just a tough field?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there was less sort of recreational players in there, but I think the sort because I'm sort of used to battling with strong players online. Or at that time, especially like 2013, 2014, I was sort of my game was sort of online poker at sort of high stakes MTT. So my game was designed to play against that sort of player. Like I used to struggle a lot against recreationals, exploiting those. But like at that point in time, though, that sort of suited me, the high roller circuit. So especially live. So in DTD, particularly in the high rollers over the years, I've actually got a really, really good record. So yeah, but yeah, the pound for pound, there was some great poker players in the field.
Yeah. September 2015, the closest you'd been so far to taking down a GUKPT main event when you finished third in Luton to the eventual winner, Mr. Will Davis.
Yeah, that
frustrating.
Yeah, very. Well, I say very. I came back from day one with not many chips, and then yeah, day two. Day two. Oh, it was the one where we finished day two where we weren't in the money, wasn't it? And I was overnight chip leader going into trouble at the start of day three. So yeah, I was a little. I ended up going into the final table with the most chips, or one of the most chips, but I played a little bit cagey, to be honest. I was a bit disappointed in myself. I was being a little bit cautious, but yeah, I mean, third place is still pretty good.
Following the next GUKPT main event, November 2016, we went on to Blackpool, where you chopped it with. Now this was I think this was a chop where everybody watching the table thought, you know what, this could either go on for one hand or 17 hours. You chopped it with Middy and Tom Hall.
Wow, yeah, that was a pretty tough spot to be in three-handed in the GUKPT.
It was a great final. Can you remember much about it?
Yeah, I think it was a really, really good final. Actually, I think there's plenty of action and there's a good mix of characters. Yeah, I think Middy put me in a couple of horrible spots where I had to find the trigger against him early on as well. And then, yeah, I'm just trying to think. Yeah, it was tough though, three-handed, and we sort of came to a conclusion that we didn't really want to flip for thousands and thousands of pounds. And Tom was off to play another tournament. He had a flight the next day, and we sort of deduced that Middy's advantage of having the extra chips, we'd just give him the trophy. So yeah, I think we were all pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, I remember Jeff Kimber being fourth. It wasn't a bad final to be on, I tell you.
No, yeah, it was remarkably the year after. All four of us who finished in the final four made day three as well.
But then you just decided, 2017, you thought, fed up with this winter weather, I'm off to Australia. What's obviously wasn't taken lightly to do that. Were you still playing online, and did you think you could just go out there and play online and have a bit of fun?
Yeah, so 2017. Start 2017. I went to the Aussie Millions as I do every January. I just love it over there. They have it's the height of summer over there in January. So, and they have the Australian Open tennis. I actually watched the Nadal against Federer final, and I was in Melbourne for the month of January, and then my friend had just split up with his girlfriend in Sydney, and she'd moved out. So I went to live with him for 2 or 3 months, and yeah, I was just grinding online, trying to sort of get myself prepared for the Millions Festival that was going to be at DTD in April time.
Back over in the spring of 2017, the Party Poker Weekly Leaderboard.
Yeah.
Now, it's not only did you get the free seats, you obviously did well in the tournament as well while you were playing online. What did you do? What did you do with the seats that you'd won?
So basically, every week the top 10 players on the leaderboard for Party Poker got a £5,300 seat. So
Yeah.
I was just going at it hammer and tongs. I was getting up, grind, like 16 hours a day. And yeah, I managed to come in the top 10 in the world 5 out of 6 weeks. I don't think I could ever do that again if I tried. It was a remarkable like sort of streak that was on, but it was tough as well because to get the maximum points, these were the $100 tournaments, so it's the high leaderboard. So it's $100 tournaments, $200 tournaments, and $500 tournaments counted. And like the 500s, I was having to re-enter a couple of times. So you're looking at like $1,500 outlay just for one tournament. So yeah, it was pretty fortunate that obviously I did well as well off the tournaments. Had some of my greatest online scores. But yeah, they let me play the first one, the first £5,300 seat, and then they just gave me £20,000 in credit for the other ones. So yeah, it was an amazing haul, and that's what really I think that was the first time that I really sort of got into the whole leaderboard thing.
Just incredible. You just end up with $5,300 seats, just like yeah, just what to do with these?
Yeah.
January 2018, you won the 25-25 Bolton, 228 entries. You chopped your 3 ways for 10,000. What is it about these 25-25s that you like? You seem to do really.
Oh no! Well, this is you're about to say something really interesting because me and my friend Pixie, we used to go and play all of them when we'd travel all over the northwest. And for about 1 or 2 years, neither of us could make a day 2 in them. Never mind cashing them. We couldn't make a day 2, and it was really weird. It was like the last hand of the night, we'd get it all in with queens against ace, like 8 kings against ace queen, and they'd find an ace or something. It was remarkable and we were sort of like, we can't do anything in these 25. Should we stop playing then? And then that was the first one that I won. I'm trying to think back to how the tournament went in that 2018. Oh yeah. I don't know. We definitely used to struggle with them though. And it was only really last year that I sort of really got to grips with how to play them, to be honest.
Yeah. In October the same year, the Millions in the United Kingdom, the main event, 1,015 entries. You finished 35th for 20,000. Andy Booth finished 45th for 17,500. So it must have been a tough field.
Yeah, Andy was actually on my table on day 3 and day 4, I think. Yeah, that's that. I mean, that's really what I play poker for, to be honest. Like to be deep in those tournaments, day 3, day 4, where you can win £1 million. That's where the excitement comes from, and that's definitely where the excitement comes from.
These 5K events with 1,000 runners, they've got to be feels like an EPT, haven't they?
Yeah, but exactly the same. If not, they're really, really tough. Like the Millions tour in the last year or two has just got stupid tough. I'm not really, I don't really have much desire to play them because I remember every time that I look at the sort of chip counts for them, like of the top 40 players, I know 35 of them, and it means that you're in for a tough time.
Yeah. 35th, 20,000. But it's what can you remember the exit? Was it annoying?
I just ended up losing a flip. I lost a pretty big pot with Ace Queen against Sam Grafton's Ace King, and then I just ended up losing a big coin flip against some Swedish guy after that, and that was it, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, back in the winter, you went back to Australia. for the summer and played some live poker out there, cashing 6 times for just over 28,000. What's the poker like in Australia? What's the recreational stuff like?
Oh, it's brilliant. I really like it there. I think we're a little bit more advanced than them poker wise. And yeah, the Aussie Millions in particular is just an amazing, like you'll not hear a bad word about that festival from anyone who goes there. It's everyone's favourite stop. Obviously, being the height of summer and stuff when it's cold and wet in England is appealing as well.
Mm. Well, not only Australia, but 2019 in the January, you went to South Korea, and they've they've took you to the heart because you've got a nickname out there. What was it?
Mr. Champion.
You had 2 firsts and 2 thirds in 3 days.
Yeah, it was that was just absolutely insane. I got there. So basically, what the deal was, I was living in Australia for 6 months that winter, from October time until March. So if you've got a tourist visa, you have to leave after 3 months, but you can just leave and come back in. So I was thinking, oh, I'm gonna have to leave. What should I do? I could go to Tokyo in Japan for a few days, or I could go to Bali for a few days. I thought, well, I'll have a look on the Hendon Mob actually, see if there's any tournaments. So I went on the Hendon Mob, and it's the Japanese High Roller Series in South Korea. So yeah, about 30 minutes later, my flights were booked, and I was off. And yeah, I got there for the first night, and I was planning to play the super high roller, and it didn't actually start. So I jumped in a bounty tournament, and this bounty tournament was bizarre. I think it was about a 1,300 buy-in, where only 300 went to the prize pool, and 1,000 was the bounty. So it's just absolutely, it was completely unheard of. I'd never seen anything like this on all the websites that I'd played on online. But yeah, it was absolutely crazy. So like there was a hand early on where like someone who I only had slightly covered moved all in, and I did the maths, and like I just had to go with it with pocket 3s. He ended up having pocket 8, so I hit a 3, and then I just had all the chips then, and just bounty, and I ended up winning that tournament. I think it was like 12,000 or something, including the bounties. And by this time, the super high roller had started. So there was 1 level left of the day though, so I jumped in the super high roller to play the last level of the day, and then we bagged up, and then come back the next day for day 2 of the super high roller. Ended up coming 3rd in that one. That was good for about 25,000 or 20,000 or something. And then the next event that I played was another bounty tournament, and I ended up winning that. And then all the staff were going crazy at this point. They were like, "Mr. Champion, Mr. Champion." And then yeah, the next day after that, I played another event and came 3rd in that. So it was just a remarkable heat. It was a good few days over there, and yeah, I really liked it over there. Actually, I went to the Incheon. Was the local city, and it was a bit like going into the future. It's a cool place to visit.
Australia, South Korea, and then straight back to the UK with a bang. Finally in the GUKPT in Manchester and finishing 2nd to Ben Marigeds. You chopped the tournament for 70,000. I think that was an exactly straight chop, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think what we did was, yeah, we just did an ICM chop for the money. It was pretty much the same, and then we just did an all-in flip for the trophy, and yeah, so I basically had a 50-50 chance of being a GUKPT champion for the first time after all those close things. And I think I had ace-4 and he had 6-5, and it just came brick 6 on the turn, so it still evades me.
Well, the trophy cabinet will eventually get full, I'm sure. Don't flip for the next one. When you get heads up, just take a little bit of time trying to win that trophy.
Yeah.
But in July, the World Series, the 1500 PLO, your chip leader when we go to Vegas. You're 60 left, but unfortunately, you finished 52nd. we were reading the updates, and it sounded like you were just bashing everybody up, especially Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah, Negreanu. It was a really funny one, that, because I'd say PLO tournament's my strongest game. And yeah, like I ended up making a couple of plays against Negreanu, and he was like, wow. And yeah, I had Conor Drynan on my right as well. He's a really, really good player. And yeah, I ended up making this fold with ace king jack in a hand, in a spot where you're not really meant to fold, and Negreanu turns over the aces, and he was like, wow. And he had his vlog out and everything. And yeah, that was maybe the best single day of live poker I've ever played, actually. And then the day two, I was, as you say, I was chip leader with 60 left, and in a really, really commanding position, but I just got in two ridiculous hands. And I mean, that's tournament poker, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I don't expect it to be frittered away. That is for sure. MPNPT, the high roller win in July 2019. You went down to London. You won it for 21,000. That's a trophy.
Yeah.
The MPNPTs, obviously, there's a lot more online players playing the live tournaments. Did that suit you?
I mean, it's interesting because London and high rollers usually is not good. Like high rollers in London are really bad sometimes, but this one was great. I think with it being 1K buy-in rather than a 2K buy-in, I think that helps as well. And it was at Aspers rather than being at Central London and stuff. There's loads of different factors, and some people might not have been back from Vegas yet. I'd actually just got back. I'd flown to London, and I was playing it. But yeah, it was. That tournament went amazingly for me, and the guy who I was playing heads up with, he actually had about a 5 or 6 to 1 lead at the start of heads up, and he'd had all the chips on the final, and he'd just been putting me. He's a really, really good player. He's called Zagazor, a Portuguese guy, and I think he won the Millions in the Caribbean for like $1.5 million. So he was just putting me under it on the final, and I was really made up to get heads up, and he had a 5 to 1 lead on me, but yeah, I managed to turn it on its head and got a trophy for the first time in a while.
And did you also get a bottle of vodka?
Yeah, got a few bottles of vodka actually.
What was the reason for? Did you actually get a bottle of vodka for winning it?
No, I think I got.
Or was that the celebrations?
No, they couldn't give that vodka away. It seemed at the time they were giving me tickets, and you were scratching them. It was saying you won 2 vodka, and then they were giving me 2 vodkas. I ended up just palming it off on a load of different people, to be honest.
Straight after London, we got the Goliath in 2019. 9,300 runners.
Yeah.
We finished 109th, and it's not about the money. It was just the £890, but it's the buzz of the Goliath. You played all around the world, but what does it feel? What does it for you as a professional poker player and have played in every country you can think of?
Well,
what's it like playing the Goliath?
Two very interesting things about the Goliath. Like the Goliath's amazing. It is actually amazing to see. And I think for a lot of my friends and people that I've met through the years who have a lot of other things going on in their lives, and they're very busy with work and stuff, and that they will always make time for the Goliath, and they're really passionate about it. So if they've got a bit of a hectic schedule, and they play slightly lower stakes and they can't afford all these hotels for the biggest one, Goliath is one that is in everybody's calendar, and the excitement that it brings and the buzz of the place is brilliant. But it's interesting that in all of the time that all of the years and years that I've been playing poker, at the Goliath last year, I noticed that people were starting to get a little bit scared of me. Like it was weird because I was obviously I was number one in the National League at the time, and people were probably aware of that. But it was really weird because in times gone by, people would always be very like sort of want to fight with me in like blind on blind situations. But just every time I was in the big blind, it was like walk, walk, walk. And the first time I ever noticed that in like 10 years of playing poker, that in the Goliath last year, it was crazy how it was just really weird how people just started not wanting to get in confrontations with me. And then yeah, as you say, out of 10,000 runners, when there was about 80 left or something, I'd been sort of keeping track of him through the week. But David Hay, I got moved to his table anyway. Like a lot of people would have been like, "Yeah, David, how you doing, mate?" But when I sat down, he was like, "Oh, hello, Richard. I've heard a lot about you." That was really funny. I think yeah, he turned around to me and he went, "Hello, Richard. I've heard to keep an eye on you. I've heard you're really." I think that it was when we just got back, he'd just been on a break, and Katie Swift and Jeff and Joe, his coaches, had worded him up, sort of thing.
What do you think about his performance? He finished 40th out of the 9,300. Obviously, the TV crew were there as well.
I mean, it really, really was a fairy tale. It's remarkable. It's like if you were to replay that scenario like over and over again, you're talking like you could do that for the next 100 years and he would not go that deep. It really it was sort of one of those freak lucky, like I absolutely loved it, the deeper and deeper that he went. And when he was chip leader or something with that 100 left, it's just absolutely, it was like the stars were aligning, wasn't it? I mean, you, and that was just for me. So for you guys who'd bought into it for a bit longer and things like that, you must have been really, really excited the deeper he went.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the final 5 hands of the just before hitting the final day was as good as what anybody could have expected.
Oh yeah, it was incredible. Like when he just started winning those big hands and stuff, and he just gathered the momentum. And I played a couple of hands against him, and yeah, it was tough. I raised under the gun in one and with ace 10, and he re-raised, and it was just like I just didn't know what to do. I felt like he was very, very difficult to play against, to be honest. So maybe
September after the Goliath, September 2019. Your third final table of the year was GUKPT Leeds. You chopped it 6 ways, where you took home 20,000. What was the deal? What was the deal like done? Yeah, you didn't want to continue playing for nothing. Everyone put the money back in the pot and sit and like a sit and go for the title.
It was a real odd one, actually. Yeah, Mike, one of the other players left, who had the big chip lead. Me and him were good friends, and we'd both made the mini main final earlier in the week, actually.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, when we got 6-handed, it all sort of got really, really cagey, and Mike had a slight chip lead, but no one really else. And the next place out was perhaps must have been about 8,000 or something, and then the first place would have been like 40,000 or something. So it was really, really cagey, and I didn't have the best seat position. I wasn't feeling too great about the situation, to be honest. And yeah, we just it ended up getting brought out. Let's discuss a deal, basically, where everybody takes their ICM number now, and then everyone chucks, I think, £1,200 each. Oh no, £200 each. No, it was only £200 each back in, and you play for £1,200 and the trophy. So yeah, I think everyone was pretty happy with the deal. It was one of those situations where next out was pretty bad, considering how even everyone was to being first.
Yeah, Brett Angel eventually going on to win it. It was.
So this was maybe I maybe got even closer this time. I was playing heads up. I was playing heads up cards for the title this time, not just to flip. It was in my own destiny. And and then yeah, second place again.
We move on. We move on to another third, but this time one of the favourite places to play. GUKPT Blackpool, 365 entries. You finished third, as we've just said. Another 40,000 in the coffers. Did this one seem more winnable?
Yeah, for sure. I remember standing up and looking around the room towards the end of day 2, and I thought, yeah, I really want this one. I think this is winnable. And then, yeah, I think me and Terry Jordan and somebody else bagged 1 million ish chips at the end of the day. So, like, coming back for day 3, I was really, really confident. I had a good table draw start of day 3 as well. But what it was actually the Remembrance Day, sort of parade on the pier.
Oh yeah.
Up north. So me just like looking around at the Remembrance Day parade, and sort of getting into it, watching what was going on, all of that stuff. But then it's interesting. It's like when you're in Vegas, you look down the strip and you think, oh well, it's just down there, isn't it? So I'm looking down at the casino from towards. So I'm further up than Central Pier and North Bay. I'm in between the two. I'm looking down and thinking, well, yeah, that's just a 10-minute walk, isn't it? So it gets to about 10 to 12, and then I set off walking, and I'm just thinking to myself, whoa, I'm not really getting very close there. And I had a big case on me as well, so it was horrible. I ended up running about 2 miles with this huge case on me, and I wasn't very fit at the time either. And if you ever watch the footage on YouTube, when I walk in about 8 minutes late, I'm panting and I'm all red and I'm ripping all my hoodies off. Oh, it was not good. But then yeah, I had a good start to the day. I think that when we went onto the final table, I had a really good player on my left who had also had chips, Matt Erdley, and that really hampered my chances of winning that tournament. I thought I navigated the final table pretty well, but him just having a position on me was very, very difficult because he was just able to put a lot of ICM leverage on me, and yeah, that was always going to be a tough one to win. But yeah, I was happy.
Always remember you coming into the casino. You just look like you've done a week out with Bear Grylls.
Honestly, it was bad. It's yeah, but it's my own fault. I won't do that again.
But 2019, as we've just seen, it was an amazing year. A record for GUKPT main event final tables. 6 25-25 series final tables back to back.
Yeah,
three deep stack finals, 5 GUKPT PLO cashes from the 5 that you played. Rich, there's no wonder you ended up as Grosvenor 2019 Player of the Year.
No, it was from the get go. It just snowballed. It was just an incredible heater. What more can I say? I don't know. People have been asking me a lot recently about how I did go deep in so many, and it's sort of the only answer that I can give really is my game's sort of designed to play against. So I obviously my main background is playing online tournaments, so I'm sort of well equipped to deal with like the young kids and the GTO, and I know how to counter them. But it's the 10 years experience of looking the local players in the eyes in the casino and knowing what makes them tick, and it just allows you to have 3 or 4 extra lives in some spots, because there's hands where I'll just know one of the older guys I just know he's absolutely got it, and I'll be able to sort of get away from this spot where I should never get away, whereas these young kids will just walk into the casino, they'll play a hand and they think, oh, it's standard to get it in here, and yeah, it just allowed me to have 3 or 4 more lives in a lot of those tournaments last year. It was sort of crazy. I was getting away from some of the spots, really.
Was it true that when you played the online leg?
Yeah.
You was chip leader in every time you went through?
Not in every one, but I was doing really, really well in the online legs. It was becoming a bit of a running joke how well I was running.
It's not bad when people recognise that Rich Kelly's got chips. Yeah, he played day one online. That's all he's done.
Yeah, and that was great for me as well, not having to go to go around and play. I think the online day ones being introduced was a brilliant idea.
Mm. Well, we carried it on straight to 2020. You went. Was you back in Australia for the winter?
I wasn't actually back in. I usually go every winter, and I live with my friend over there, and we play for a cricket club over there, and I've got lots of friends over there at the cricket club. So I usually go over there for a few months, but this time I ended up losing my passport around November time, and it was an awful process then, because I've lost so many over the years. They were interviewing me like, and I wasn't sure if I was going to get one, but yeah, I managed to get one, and I flew over there on Boxing Day, spent some time with my friends over New Year, and then I went to and then I was in Melbourne for the Aussie Millions. Yeah,
the side events. The $96,000 first place, 403 runners. Was that including bounties, or was that excluding?
It was $141,000 including bounties. So yeah, I think I got $139,000 as the main prize and 2,000 in bounties. Yeah, and I was heads up against like an Aussie poker legend called the Crocodile Man.
Yeah.
And yeah, he had everybody. Like I had a few friends who I obviously living in Australia every winter. I know quite a few Aussies and stuff, and they'd come over and say like, "Good luck," and I had a few English friends over, but like his support was just unbelievable.
We can see him. We can see him. We can see Albert. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, one and all. We have a table for you. I hope Katie's finished her gym session, because you're going to want to watch this. Albert Sappiamo, Jamie Nixon, John Hall, Oliver Breslin, Chris Maguire, Chris Johnson, Quack Law, and Stephen Smart. They are the names. They're going to be entertaining us, everybody, for the next 2 hours. And we can't wait.
Going to be a good session.
Watered and fed well?
Yeah, all good. Nice little hour break, but been looking forward to this one.
Indeed.
I just love seeing Albert on the table. It's great to watch. It's fun for everyone watching.
It's his final entry today. Can't have any more today. You only allow 2 re-entries.
It's doing all right this one, right? 52,000, I think. Or is that 82,000?
That looks like 52.
52.
Soon find out when the graphics go on the TV.
Cheers, guys. Jim.
We are ready to do it. So hope everybody's just about back and ready. Level 5 is just about to start. They're all coming into the spots, getting ready. Let's do it. Get over to this table, young man.
There we are. Get our faces off there.
Then absolutely. Currently standing at this morning time, 111. 70 players left in, just short of 90,000 into prize pool. At the moment, you can double that plus.
Yeah. We had 24 re-entries today already, so 24 people, multiple minutes. Maybe not 24, I know there's a few that are on their 3rd bullet already.
John Paul looks like he's got a lot in seat 3. 70 okay there.
Right then, let's do it. Let's do the next level. Are you ready? Strap yourself in. Strap yourself in.
Yeah, in here.
Face up, pen, yeah? Face up.
Thank you very much.
Get loads,
Tea's here, water's here. Mental just said they're ready. Let's go.
We said how good the staff were in commentary, and it's been the same here in Leeds as well.
Fabulous, hasn't it?
It's been,
Yeah, looked after really well. They all got fed downstairs, and then they brought up the little muffins and apples and bananas and grapes and water and everything. Looking after everybody.
Yeah, I'll get somebody in. I got my mum down.
And if you've not been to Leeds for a long time and seen Phil, well, you can't see him anymore. He's just about gone. Eh? 5. Sorry, see, get COVID. 5 stone lighter. Running around the block now, this fella. Running up and downstairs he is. The Fletch is in the building. Good evening. Ask Mr. GUKPT London 2021 and the pot washer how they got on last Thursday in the pub game. 2 bullets each and didn't make it to round 2 of drinks.
Got no chance against these
Do you know what?
players.
Chris told us yesterday that Ewan had turned up at the White Lion, and he was loving it. He was loving it, and I hope you guys as well who played in the game. I don't know how much it is to enter in a pub these days, but I hope you had a good time with them and you treated them well, and you didn't bully them too much. But there he is, the pot washer, sat in seat 6, back from his holiday in Portugal. He's now loving it and back at the tables. Hope the White Lion is good, Paul.
So Albert in with the king 4. John flops the best of it with the ace-9. And it's
Is that Chris Maguire move seats into seat 2?
yeah.
What's it all about?
Chris and Jamie, yeah. But Jamie, off the back of a 27k score, was our mini main champion. And if you remember, Adam Owen 2 years ago won both mini main and a main event. Only player to ever do it. That was here in Leeds.
Yeah.
So that is on for Jamie.
Absolutely. Not about an effort. Who's stacking all the chips? John Hall has got 71,000.
With the king 10. He won't be folding this hand. He likes the limp. But he's opted to raise to 1.3k. Much prefer this than a limp. Maybe a bit big, but I think if you've played with Albert before, you do know that he does like to go a large size in a lot of the time, whether it be post or pre-flop. Actually get some action from John in the cut-off.
6-8-4, 2 diamonds.
And Albert comes in for continue for 2k. Just goes around 2/3 here. And John just can't do anything with the Jack 10. And nice take there for Albert with just king high.
The blind 2-3. Albert 54,000. I think he's calmed down now. First bullet, first hand, ace queen against ace 6. Flops an ace, gets mad. Ace 6 hits a flush. Comes to tell the bad beat story. So Dina, can I have a re-entry? 10 minutes later, sits down, 2 pair, flop set. See you later, bullet number 3.
And here we are.
And here he is. He's in the top of the stacks now, 54,000.
So blind on blind here. Chris with the Jack Deuce. Looks like he's coming for a raise. Makes it 1.1, and Quack with this particular hand not going to be going anywhere. Just makes the call in position and take a flop. It shows that Chris is willing to take an aggressive style out of the small. Happy to raise a big part of the range of hands that he can have. On this flop, 10, 8, 6, 2 spades. We've got the jack of spades in our hands, some plausible black doors. We are blind on blind, so Quack is going to have a whole host of hands here as well. I don't think it's ever going to be a bad thing to come in for a continue just once. But Quack, with his holding, as we can see, he's got an easy call in position here with a queen jack, with 2 overs, as well as a gut shot and backdoor flush draw. But I think on all turns now, after we get a call on that flop, except actually maybe this one. But aggression can be very useful blind on blind, just because of the range of hands your opponent's supposed to have. And Quack has picked up a double gutter here, but Chris is going to tell the story that he's raised with an ace-x type holding, he's continued flop, and now he's called top pair on the turn. And Quack with actually the best hand here, is going to call with his double gut shot. And unlike a red river here that doesn't bring a 4-liner to the straight, I'll be really interested to see if Chris is going to fire. The river is the ace of spades. We do have the jack of spades in our hand as Chris. And after we get called on flop, ace-x of spades isn't a thing now, so regarding that, it's very hard for Quack here to ever have an ace-x hand. It would have to be a hand like ace-7, ace-9, or a turn 2 pair hand, which is probably going to raise on this wet board. So I don't think we're going to give him ace-10, ace-8, ace-6 too often here. So it's basically only ace-7, ace-9 you're expecting to have in this spot. So if Chris deducts that with the jack of spades in his hand, less likely there's a flush out there for our opponent. He might come in and put some pressure on what he perceives his opponent's hand as a 10 or an 8 maybe. And Quack with queen jack here. I'm not sure. He is going to bluff, he is going to bluff, and it is actually a bluff with the best hand, unbeknown to him.
Yeah, bluffing with the best of it. Plenty coming up online, as always. £50,000 closer on Monday at 7. There's a brand new David Hay promotion.
Yeah.
The Haymaker Knockout Series.
We'll be talking about that a lot over the weekend.
Absolutely. It's free to play. Note. Not anything. There's over 40 grand to be won. 7 players will then play against David Hay in an invitational at the GUKPT Grand Final in London in the end of November.
And we will be covering it as well, so there will be...
Will we?
I think so.
Oh,
so.
Will we? Oh, get in.
I think we will.
What happens if I win a seat?
Well, if you win a seat, I'll be covering it.
Get
shall
in
I?
there.
Yeah, that would imagine that.
Yeah.
That would be great. You against David A and me in the comms. Oh, I'd love that. I'd love to see it.
First qualifier is next Wednesday. A free roll. There's £3,000 guaranteed as well, and the winner will get a seat to the final. So there's 7 weeks.
Yep.
7 winners.
Yep.
And David A.
Yep.
That makes 8. It's a 9-under table. Get me in.
Oh, imagine.
Oh,
Imagine. There we
get
go. That's
me
the
in.
promotion.
You
That's
can't
the
have an
promotion.
8-under table. You might as well have a 9-under table. Just put it out there. Just put it out there. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Just put it out there.
It could work. It could work. We have to speak to the powers that be so we can get Tower involved. Imagine. But look out for that as well, guys, because it's free to enter. As Tower said, 7 weeks. First qualifier next Wednesday. And if you win it, you get a seat to the final. It's free to play. And then you could be on our featured table on the first Wednesday in December.
Yes.
Playing.
I didn't know we were streaming
money.
it. Yeah. I thought, sorry, I've been working at the table. I've already filled spot 9.
Yeah.
So plenty going on. Don't forget the day 3 sportsbook as well. We'll be having a punt on the players who are left in on day 3. Plenty going on. 30-30 online day 1s. We've got an online day 1 for GUKPT Edinburgh main event for the first time ever. There's plenty going on. Satellites running every night for the GUKPT as well, and the 30-30s. And every time you win a ticket, they do not expire. So all tokens. I think there's one of them you can't use for. You can't split a 30-30, can you? Ticket. Is that right? You can't split a 30-30 token. So the 30-30 online tickets are just for that.
So John opting to limp the ace-10 here. Would have preferred to see an open, but it's left room for Chris to come in with the ISO here with the King-Jack, and Albert's not letting go of his big blind. Ace-10-6, 2 diamonds. Chris with King-Jack here, like to see a continuation bet from him. Yes, we can see that the ace-10 of John has smashed this flop, but want to have lots and lots of bets here with this hand. Be betting this flop a high frequency, and John here with the ace-10 looks like he's going to come in for a snap raise. And Chris has an easy fold.
Just quick catch up with the chat box. Penny Smith rooting for Albert. Swifty says workout complete. I'm back in it. The C4. Oh, you just been Swifty. Ciao. Como esta? Is that not French? Buena serata. See, he's learning all the lingo now. You see, now he's been. He's been once.
Paul Fletcher. When Chris and Ewan come to the pub, they had to both have a fruit shoot because they got ID'd by the bar staff.
Brilliant. Have a good tournament, gents. We certainly will. Hope you tune in over the weekend at some point. The C4's just been a Pompeii to see the ruins.
So, John here, opening 5x, and this is the thing, this is the hand we want in as the opener. But I think Jamie might just fold this tower. I could see him potentially just folding this. And look, there we are. Ace-9 in the big. It's always going to defend if we go a normal size. We want those type of holdings in. But when you start choosing these extra big blinds on top of your open size, you just isolate a strong range of hands that are going to start continuing against your hand. You want the big blind in with weaker hands. 200s there. Like Jamie's got 7-6 off there. He's going to defend against a normal size open. And as you can see there, Jamie good enough to fold the ace-9, just understanding that when your opponent goes that size, the recreational or that ace-9, never going to be in good shape. Best case scenario, we're just going to have 3 outs a lot of the time, and it makes which seems like a simple, but it is actually a good laydown. So Quack, 6-3 of hearts in the hijack. Ox the limp, and that's going to bring Albert in with a limp on the bun. John got an easy squeeze here. After these 2 limps in front of him. Quack's not going nowhere. And Albert says, you know what, let's get involved with a 5 deuce.
Absolutely. 5 deuce, baby. Folding to nobody.
Scored a piece. Bottom pair for Albert. And, if Albert hits, Albert likes to bet. And that's what we're seeing here. and actually gets John to pass the 9s. So Albert catching the deuce, but gets a better hand to fold.
So C4's still on the train in Italy. Apparently you've got to go to Capri if and go down the island if you're in there. Apparently it's amazing. Hey, you're missing out. Yeah, we folded the 9s.
Stephen, Queen Jack suited, makes it 800, and Oliver going to have an easy free bet here out of the big blind. Somewhere between the 3.5k, 4k remit I'd like to see, especially with an open and a limp. That's for 3.4. And if I'm Stephen here, Queen Jack of clubs, this deep with position, I'm not folding. It's too good a hand, very good playability, can flop lots of good draws, and does call, and we can take a flop.
8, 10, 10.
So always an ace, as Tower says, when you got kings on the flop, no matter what.
Always.
I'm not sure if that's mathematically correct, but it seems to be on stream all the time. So small continue here, 1.5k. Really like the choice of size in here from Oliver. No need to go big, and it's just a quick fold from Steve with the Queen Jack.
The C4's on the train going past Mount Vesuvius at this moment in time. You're lucky at C4, it's not erupted since the World War II. 1944 or something like that, the last time it erupted, so I think you're pretty safe going past it. Enjoy your travels, enjoy the trip, and I'm sure we'll see you very soon. But, I think you're pretty safe going past Vesuvius at this moment in time. It's near 9 on 80 years since it last erupted. Two things we've learned about Italy so far today. Car hire is very expensive and you can't play online. The traumas of being a poker tourist.
So limp pot here, 4-way.
Ace, Queen, Queen. Another paired flop.
John smashes this one.
Yes.
He's basically... I don't think he can lose Tower, can he? Why has he not got... Okay, running aces to chop. Running aces to chop, that's why. So anyway, he can lose. Wow. What a flop 4-way. Basically 100% of you got all your opponents trying to chop at best. No action at all, just come out with a bet.
Adam Fair says, has Ben Windsor been about any of these GUKPTs? That's a good question actually. I've not seen Ben.
Not seen him either.
Not seen Ben at all. Don't know what's happened to Ben. Whether he's... didn't see him in London, did we?
You didn't see me in London, so
Oh,
I wouldn't be able to answer that.
Oh, that's true. Forgot you weren't there. Paul! There's Zimbler. Did you see that? I don't think we saw him. No, you're right. Good shout, that. Good shout, that. Not seen Ben in any of the GUKPTs. Won a lot of GUKPTs. He's already got 3 titles.
And two with a grand final as well, which are massive paydays.
Yeah, absolutely. Bren's made history. He's just had a baby. Awesome. There you go. Ben's a dad. Ben's just had a new baby. Well, there you go. Won't be any time for getting out of the house anymore. That's it, done in.
So you got heads up.
Thanks for the memories, Ben.
Heads up here. Wow, 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 wow. What is this tower? This is absolute gross. We got second nuts versus nuts on the flop. And if we're Chris here, just want to be raising this hand straight away. We've got no blockers to sort of a queen, any sets that are in there as well. Wow, we just want to go for the value straight off the bat, and that's exactly what he's done in this situation. And Stephen here against Chris's stack size. It's just going to be going in unless the turn's a jack or a 10. But there's not too many scenarios where I can't see this money going in, and that's it. This is going in on the turn, and then the queens. We'll still have a fair amount of equity here. Chris will actually be shocked. Yeah, shocked that he still needs to fade the board there.
Fade the pair up all the quads.
Yeah, so Chris is going to bet. There should be a shove here now from Stephen, and he's asking what he's got back. Stephen's going to move all in.
And a snap call. He's got the nuts at the minute. That's Chris Johnson.
So fading queen 9-8 deuce. No board pair in his head.
Oh,
it's the 8 of spades.
Oh,
he's gone. He's gone. He's gone. He's up and he's gone.
Did he see it before anybody else? Was he expecting it? He's gone. Wow, why does the board pair there?
He's been running extremely hot lately, Chris, but there's a bit of run bad. It does always even itself out.
What a setup.
Yeah, that was just a call of flop. I just knew it was always going to go in at some point, but...
Unlucky, Chris.
Yeah.
She's 100.
How did we finish up last night?
Pretty good, actually.
Poor old Chris. Poor old Chris. What's that all about?
Oh, Oliver. I don't know. What is that's just really tight from him.
Snap fold.
Maybe you just don't think the box ever got a bluff.
No. So there's plenty coming around about Italy. We're liking this from our travel guide. We're like old Judith, a C4 Chalmers. Wi-Fi is not as good as Romania, but it's still better than the UK. Much better Wi-Fi than the UK. UK Wi-Fi is amazing. And trains are much cheaper. Well, yeah, because trains are privately owned in England, and they were privatised by the Conservatives to make money. And guess what? They cut the services and put the prices up.
Chiesa, I don't think we need to learn Italian when you speak such good English.
Absolutely.
You can be the translator.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. C4's not. C4's not replied to you, so he obviously doesn't understand that bit.
little bit of balance about Albert's game. Limping ace king
I
under
know
the
what's
gun.
that all about.
Queen, queen, deuce, rainbow. And Albert's going to fire.
That'll do. So, and we've also learned that Ben Wins has become a dad. Congratulations, Ben. And that's why we've not seen you on the GUKPT circuit. So there we go. It's all happening in Leeds. It's all going on in Leeds. Just need Chiesa to learn Yorkshire and then we're alright. You're not wrong, Jim.
So Jamie, ace jack under the gun. Makes it 800. Quack not going anywhere. Going to pull the suit connectors. And Albert with an easy defend with a queen 10. Three-way. King 8-5. Two clubs. King high here. Not opting to continue. Obviously can't see bet 100% of their time. I think if Jamie had one club in his hand, he might have see bet this flop, but obviously chose a good time to check because we can see Quack would have made the call with his pair of eights. And with Quack here, we cannot be folded. We want to make the call in position. Albert would do this with a 5. I've played against him a lot, but it's just going to get a lot of respect at this table with Albert and using it to his advantage. Just queen high that time. That's the third time we've seen him go post and win with the worst of it. Queen under the gun. Philip just sat down at the table. First hand. Albert's in the small with the 8-5 offsuit. Jamie going to defend with 9-7. A little bit of action because Albert will not be folding at any point until the river went up and down, and Jamie has flopped top pair, and Phil's got an easy fold now. Both these players range of hands just smash this board compared to our gun opening range. 5 on the turn. So Albert picks up a pair to go with his up and down. Jamie's still with top pair, but obviously it is a 4 liner. Does have a little bit of added insurance if we are behind. An 8 would make us a 9 higher straight against Albert. We're just going to continue calling. See a river card, which is a 4. So Albert gets there.
Albert gets there again. Go on the Bert.
If I'm Albert, he's just going to be moving all in here for free. Sort of 3/4 pot, 2/3 pot. Closer to that, should be saying. And he's just going to double check. Yep, I've got the 8. It does move all in. And what Jamie has got to deduct here is obviously hands that Albert gets to this river with that contain an 8 in them. And the main candidate, first of all, is the 8-9. 8-9, Albert would play exactly the same way. And he would have turned the straight and still have the 9-9 straight on the river. But then Jamie needs to think about whether he's going to play hands like 7-8, 6-8, 5-8 as he has in that manner. And Jamie comes to the conclusion that the answer was yes and makes the correct lay down. Obviously, he would have been calling for a chop with a straight on the board, so although the price he was getting just over 3-1 in his money, it's more like 1.5-1 because he's calling for a chop. Good fold from him, and didn't put a penny in when he was behind, and was calling when he was in front, and that's always going to be good poker.
Like it.
Oi, oi, Mick the Mod, good evening.
Oi, Mick the Mod. How are you, young man? Hope things are good.
Here we are, the pot washer. I'm glad he didn't just rip this in. That's Chris being aware of big blinds.
His new online name's got to be the pot washer.
Yeah,
it has
the
to
pot
be.
washer.
It's got to be the pot washer.
So Chris.
Now they're not brothers.
Yeah.
They're separated at birth, these two. 2 for 1 hoodies and everything. Even got a patch on. Ten, 5, 7, 2 diamonds.
The blinds are now 200.
So Albert picking up and down straight draw. And fires. And Chris just snap folds the ace king, and Albert, fourth time, gets someone to fold the best hand. And he must have, he's chipped up to 65k now. It's been a very good start to the session from Albert. Not much Chris can do there. We're sort of handcuffed there. Albert can have any pair in that situation and a whole host of hands, so just get rid of the ace king. I'm glad that he didn't open shove it for 20 bigs. Yes, he has 6k. A lot of you may look at that and think, well, we're not just putting 6k in. But off a 20 big blind stack, as I always say, you want to just try and get some value from your hand. Big blind defending wide, you want them in. When you've got ace king, no need to just open rip. And, Albert there though, nice play, picked up a bit of equity on the turn, fired, and got it through. Seven, 8 clubs for Stephen, makes it 800. It's going to be raise and take because I don't even think John's going to be defending this one. Oh, he is. 10-4 off. Flicks in the defend.
Flop time. 4-4.
Well, that'll do. That will do nicely. Finds the defend and Nyon flops his opponent dead, and Stephen, rightly so, continuing this board with 8 high when you're opening these suited connectors and you do whiff. It's never a bad thing when you're at the bottom of the range, come in for a bet once and does actually pick up some showdown in the turn. Wow, he's going to fire again here, Tower. I'm a fan of the C-bet, but once we hit this 8 on the turn, I much prefer just to check back. But he has opted for 1.5, so probably betting this size around just over third pot to get a free showdown, assuming his opponent's going to be playing in flow. Opted for a small size so he can check back river, but it's just one of them spots where you need to think about what hand your opponent can have on the flop. On Jack 4, 2 diamonds, it's either a Jack, a 4, or a diamond draw. Maybe some pocket pairs in there as well. Now John actually comes in with a lead. So hasn't snap folded for the reason that we are still ahead of diamonds, but that is all we beat in this scenario. It's only diamond draws. Obviously we lose the Jack X 4x is a big part of the big blinds range. If John's defending 10-4, he's defending pretty much all 4x. Maybe 9-4 might go into the muck, but he's going to be defending all suited 4x plus a lot of other 4x as well. So there's a lot of them out there.
I think he's also defending with every 2 cards with him,
diamond,
with the stack he's got as well.
Wow, but he's paid it off.
Paid him off. I got the 4.
Maybe a little bit of a misstep for Stephen there, that hand. I think the turns are pretty clear check back a lot of the time. Once we pick up that 8, we're either behind to a jack or a 4, or we can pick up some bluffs from flush draws on river perhaps. If we put our opponent on a flush draw, we can then call brick rivers and invest less money into that pot. But nice little pick up from John. Nice river lead from him as well, recognising that a lot of the time his opponent will check back. Like some jack X perhaps on that river, because a lot of the time in the big blind we're going to be defending all the 4x, so nice lead from him, good initiative from John to come out firing on the river and not playing in flow. And John Hall in seat 3 is flying.
Flying, man. Boom. Flying. Don't forget, plenty going on online. We've got the A-Maker Knockout Series starting next week. 7 players playing David Hay Invitational at the Grand Final. More to come on this very, very soon. The winner of every free roll will get a seat to the Invitational. We have a live stream free roll as well on the Sunday. £250 to give away in tokens.
So Albert opting for 4x, makes it 1.2. Jamie not folding this hand in position versus Albert. Heads up to the flop.
Ace, deuce, jack, rainbow.
Yeah, both players flopping a Broadway draw, and Albert once again continues. He gets the better hand to fold. Up to 66k Albert. Here's his 3rd bullet. Someone who may be going for a 3rd bullet very soon. Less than 20 bigs, Chris Maguire in seat 6.
Freeze fold it. Then I'll win a little bit.
116 so far played the main, and they're on 68 on the outer tables.
Deuces for Stephen, makes it 600. Albert continues the high V pip, getting involved. Queen 10 off, early position. It's going to bring Phil in with the suited connector. And that is action. Big action in the fact that Phil has flopped the weld here, up and down and flush drawing, and Albert has top pair, and Albert doesn't like getting away from top pair, so if Phil plays this quickly, which he might do with his particular stack size here, Albert's come in with an over pot size bet, and Phil may just want to get the money in here. I know it's for heaps of big blinds, but yeah, he just wants to get it in here. He's happy to. Can't blame him for this, and Albert won't fold his top pair. Albert's probably just going to move all in, and then the 2 flips best. This is basically a post-flop flip, and there we go. Who flips best?
Who flips?
So Albert with the best of it, but Phil needing to find a spade 8 or 3 to keep his tournament alive. That doesn't help. And that doesn't help either. And Albert fades it. And we're going to lose one in Albert up to 86k. Phil only just got to the table. And he's going to be out the door.
Phil Clark is out the door.
Maybe, I don't know. Maybe fancy again.
Make sure you give Albert a nice sweat. He was waiting for it on the river. He was expecting the spade on the river as well. I saw on his face.
I keep saying you don't have to be good, you have to be lucky.
Won't go on the Albert. Won't. Yeah, I had a couple of messages about the freeze framing. We're just checking it now, the guys on it. Just checking the freeze framing with the signal. Hopefully it's just a bit of a buffering regarding the tinter web and everything sorts itself out. We'll keep abreast of the situation. Thank you very much for letting us know.
So Oliver Hopkins just flat ace 10 of diamonds here. I think if we saw Jamie a bit deeper, he might have chose the free bet, but not the nicest hand to free bet call off, just over 20 bigs with ace 10. So just happy to take a flop in position, and Jamie going to be c-betting this board here for 1100. So gone just below half pot, and Oliver not going to continue in action on Quack, who has the bottom pair here. Looks like he's going to call once, he's called a piece. You expect Jamie to continue lots of hands. All like his ace highs, king highs. And if we're Jamie here, we might come for the overbet shove here, Tower, with this particular holding. You've got 5.6k behind, there's 4.5 in the middle, and there's the overbet shove. Like it a lot, got a lot of time for it, and gets the best hand to fold. Well played, Mr. Nixon there, back up over to 10k. It's just a great turn card for us. The thing is, it's one of them situations, and the big blind's got a whole host of hands. They can have a 9, a 4 or a 3 that they call flop with, as well as some gut shots. Got the jack of hearts in there. If they do have a flush, it's just a nice hand, but most of the time they're just going to be capped to like a 1 pair hand or a gut shot, and then we can really apply pressure to those holdings. And the time that we are called, we've got heaps of equity. We're up and down. We've got the third nut flush draw. Lots going on for us, so a nice little pick up from the mini main champion earlier on in the week. Raising it up to 800. And Chris is all in here for what is 15 big blinds. So Oliver's got an easy call. And, I'm not quite sure what Chris has got there. It looks like I can see a small card in there. He might have a smaller pair. Not sure how good my eyes are. Oh no, he's got a bigger pair. Pocket 8, it's a great situation this for Chris. Potentially double up and get back to half starting. Just fading 7s or fading 5s.
We've still got
now.
outs, even though we've
fading 5s now.
just flopped a set, but we still can lose to a 5.
Oh, it's a 4 next door. And Chris Rivers a boat. And he's going to double up back to 10k. A little bit more to work with now.
They're going to start going after us.
I don't know that we're not actually doing it.
Don't forget, guys, as well, if you are tuned in, for all your socials on Facebook, Grosvenor Poker, on Twitter at Grosvenor Poker, and /GUKPT on Twitch and YouTube. For the live stream coverage, you can go and watch it back as well. If you do miss any parts, it's all uploaded, and all the events that we cover are on there.
Regarding the jerkiness of the picture, we are on the case. Andy's noticed a droppage in upload speed, so he's on the case right now. Hopefully it's not spoiling the fun. Coming from Leeds. We're in Leeds. Leeds marching on together. We're gonna sing and win. Na, 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 na.
If you want to go out on Leeds, there's a night out every night in
I'll
Leeds,
tell
ain't
you
there? Yeah,
what.
what was that last
I
night?
tell you what.
I've just busted the PLO about 9:30. I'm ready to go to bed. I'm about to walk back to the hotel. I'm walking down the stairs. I see it, Tower and Andy. What are you going? Where are you going? Come out. Regretted it this morning.
So we just said diversity.
Yeah. It was very diverse.
It was student night.
Great word. So, John comes in with the limp under the gun with Queen 3 off. And going 4-way.
Here's Queen 4 and his spades about.
Well, I think John's the only one